be live. Let me just double check. And we're on. Okay, cool. Cool. So I had a few horror games ready, but the first one didn't support Windows mode, and the other had Windows mode, but then you weren't allowed to do anything outside of the window, so you couldn't even move the window. You know, it's also a bit of an issue with moderation if I'm not allowed to exit the game screen. I know it's a bit of a shame that the first two were so poorly designed, but that is why I had a few ready. So right now we are going with Lake of Voices. Let's see, where is game capture? There. Lake of Voices. And then let's see for some updates. And then there we go. Cool. Just let me take that, do that, and then move it up a little bit. Alright, no, actually let me see if I can get the shape just right so it doesn't have the barriers anymore. Okay, cool. Very nice. I don't mind my cat just walking around here. Now I have no idea what we're getting into here. So let's see, how do we start the game? There. Start button, let's go. Certain choices are timed. Time running out isn't something to avoid. In some cases, not getting involved can open new possibilities. Okay, that's fairly common for choice games nowadays. To also have the choice of not interfering. That sometimes reacting is actually what messes you up. If you survive until the second night. Ooh, Five Nights at Freddy's. No, that's a different game. The story will branch into 5 plot lines. Okay, that's pretty cool. Other characters cannot manage all situations in the various plot lines, regardless of what you do. If a character isn't making it, try getting a plot with a different set of survivors, or having the same group venture through a different storyline. Becoming closer to someone can add and remove future choice options and change how some scenes play out. Your decisions to build that connection may not go unnoticed. Okay. So it's like, oh hey, you didn't high five me, now I'm gonna let you die. You know, until dawn or something, something like that, I believe. Opens full text history and return to previous choice. Page up key, is that just... shit, I already have that as a different hotkey. Oh well. My grip on my lantern tightens as the fog... No devoicing, as the fog around us thickens. While the forests in this area are relatively safe compared to Sinlos, I can't help but feel my hair stand on end the further we get. My free hand... It does what now? Your free hand does what now with the hilt of the sword? Something akin to a nursery. Well, that's a very good start to a horror. I'm already laughing. What's that note DC? Oh well. Hope it's nothing important. Yeah, let me just move my OBS. Shouldn't affect you. Okay. Have you seen it before? Bimel breaks the silence, either sensing my unease or assuaging his. His? Huh. I hope it's the latter. I haven't. I've had no reason to go near this cursed lake until now. What of you? Bemel scratches his chin casually, as though I asked what his favorite food is. I travelled the long way around it once before. Look, I'm a bit limited in doing like different voices, so please forgive. You know, fortunately you have like the text on screen. I travelled the long way around it once before. Not so pleasant. Something about it just frays your nerves. Although even being near it is enough. So I'm not the only one who feels it. A sense of relief hits me, but not enough to undo the buzzing of anxiety. The lake, Sinlos. Most try their best to avoid it all their lives. The hundreds who die attempting to cross its unearthly black water, dragged to death by the creatures within, aren't a secret. Okay, then, the question, why the fuck are we going to this lake if we know it's the people die lake? No wonder you were assigned this mission. There are a few who've had first-hand experience with the place. Even if from a distance. He'll probably keep being picked whenever they need someone to cross. For however long he's with us. Sorry. Bemel shrugs. What? Bemel shrugs. Bring my attention back to the dark path before us. At least we're taking the bridge this time. It'll only take 2 days instead of double that. And the sooner this place is behind us, the better. It would be preferable not to risk it, but time is of the essence. We don't really have a choice. One of our allied villages, Hamer, is being harassed by brigadiers. A band of ruffians. We don't have many guards to send as an assist. Only Bimel and myself. The least we can do is arrive before we are too late to be of any use. These kinds of squabbles happen often, but have to be put down lest they turn into a blood grudge or all-out war. The last we heard, neither option was that far off. I can also see why they chose you to come out here. I glance at Bimel, an eyebrow raised. A slight smile plays across his lips. You're always so calm and so serious. Nothing can get to you. You're the best choice they had. A smile now tugs at my own lips. I would like to thank him, but that wouldn't be so calm and serious as he just described. And if that's how he sees me, I'd like to keep it that way. I see. My lack of reaction only makes the smile grow, and he chuckles a bit before refocusing on the path, whatever. I do the same. It wouldn't be right to let my guard down in a place like this. Bimel appears to feel differently, however. You know the town on the other side of the lake, though? It's not so similar to ours. If all goes well, perhaps you'll have enough time to enjoy the new area. For the most part, I ignore him, nodding when applicable. Bimel is a talkative sort, and if chatting helps keeps his worries down and his sword hand ready, I have no complaints. After a time, the thick fog surrounding us begins to clear. A slick wooden dock comes into view, and with it the sounds of water gently lapping at its sides. Bimel shifts beside me, stretching his lantern arm as far as it will go. He seems tense. Someone's already here. Oh, what the fuck are you doing here? A young woman stands by the dock, eyeing us warily. Does she intend to cross tonight? Evidently, she has the same question. As we step up next to her, it's clear she isn't simply passing by. She's waiting. The stranger nods curtly to us. Margaret. So is that like people were thinking of the name Margaret, but then realized that it's almost always gets shortened to Margaret, and then just we're like, well, let's just skip that middle step and make it Margaret right away. Kika the Steadfast. Bimel. Hello. There's a stuffy silence. Margaret turns out to gaze across the lake, expression unclear. With not much to say, Bimel and I do the same. From here, the black surface of the lake looks disarmingly calm. Wind rushes across its surface, a sound like whispering. Though perhaps it actually is whispering. I concentrate, trying to place the difference, searching for breaks and rhythm. After a few seconds, I feel foolish. It doesn't matter what the noise is. Whether I hear them or not, we're not alone. The Nixie are out there. And I am guessing that that is some sort of supernatural, evil murder entity. A feeling that I can't quite shake tells me they've already noticed the little group of people on their shores. It feels hostile. My stomach sinks, and I instead address Bimel. Where's the guide? Unless he's on the center island or on the complete other side, your guess is as good as mine. It's dark as pitch out here. Panic rises inside me. I try hard to quell it. We can't cross without him, and we need to get going soon. You can't cross with him either. The woman behind us, Margaret, cuts in with something like a snort. What? I know that the guide will be here tonight. I have already made arrangements with him to cross. Bimel and I share a look. The woman seems haughty and willing to put up a fuss. I have his word he'll take me today. It will be wiser for the two of you to begin the trip around, if you're really in such a hurry. Or you can make camp here and wait for him to make the trip back, if you prefer. I don't need to turn my attention to Bimel to know he's riled up. I step in before he can say something rash. Even if that is so, my companion and I must begin the trip tonight. Margaret is unimpressed and opens her mouth further. sorry, and opens her mouth to argue further. We'll wait for the guide to arrive before coming to a conclusion about any of this. She clamps her mouth shut, then lets out a sigh. Ah, you can do as you like. With the matter tentatively settled, Bimal moves away. His finger begins to tap loudly against the top of his hilt. He shifts from one foot to another, then groans. What's that bastard even up to? I almost visibly start, but manage to restrain myself. He probably doesn't know any better. I'm sure of that. It's not worth mentioning. With a mouth like that, you shouldn't even have the right to ask the guy to take you across. How ludicrous. He's faced far worse than a bit of foul language. Do you know anything that's happened with this lake? I know enough. Margaret is clearly not convinced, but she shrugs and makes a show of turning her back to him. The guide's father is Garvin the Exemplar. Garvin never accepted the guide as his son, all the way up until he died in this lake. Her statement could be seen as tasteless. Oh. You done goofed. My apologies to the guide. I didn't mean it that way. I never knew about his... well... that. A smile spreads across my face, one I quickly wipe away. You really did just misspeak. The silence slowly stretches between the three of us, growing more awkward with each passing second. Margaret seems irritated, and Bimal abashed. Let's see, what are you doing? What are we doing? Let's just compliment the other person, try to smooth things over. You know, you really don't want any issues when you're on the lake. It's been years since the time of Garvin the Exemplar. It's impressive you knew. Margaret smiles, lifting her chin into the air. The over-exaggerated action is somehow pleasant rather than belittling. She's so much happier than I had anticipated. And what now? I feel there's something wrong. Yes, I do like to stay informed. And you knew too. Good. This lake shouldn't be allowed to swallow even history itself. My town, the one where I was born at least, was also Garvin's hometown. I was very young when he passed. The entire village went into mourning. People broke down crying in the streets. I'll never forget it. He meant much to everyone who knew him. I have no such connections. I merely read about it. She pauses, seeming to scan the air in front of her for something to say. I'm sorry for her loss. It's alright. Thank you. My town may have taken pride in Garvin the Exemplar and what he achieved, but we weren't the ones who lost the most. That would be his family. We each remain locked inside our own thoughts. Not another word passing between us. Eventually, a small light appears on the bridge ahead, gently swaying through the foggy air. It gets closer and closer, until it becomes apparent it's a figure carrying a lantern. That must be the guide. although I can't shake the ghostly aura it gives off. The figure steps onto the shore, but we wait for him to approach us instead of going to meet him. None of us are sure how close to the waters we can get before it is no longer safe. He stops in front of us and simply stares. Are you the guide of Sinlos? The man nods. He has a sharp face and wary eyes. Well, that's grand. We would like an escort across the lake. Bimel motions to the two of us, and Margaret approaches, a strange smile on her face. Hello, it's good to see you again. I'm ready to cross, as we've agreed upon. The guy turns to face her as well, face remaining unchanged. It must not be a lie. He would have had something to say otherwise. She really does have preference to travel with him. That's a problem. Is there a way we can all begin the trip tonight? Yes, I will allow all 3 of you to go. But with that many, at least one will die before we reach the other side. I furrow my brow. It's a disturbing addendum, and one offered with little emotion attached. Bimel glares back, asking without asking what we're supposed to do with such circumstances. You should go around. The sentence hangs in the air, the second half unspoken. If you want to live. We don't have time for that. There are people counting on us for protection. Why does she need to go? He jerks a finger at Margaret, whose face contorts with anger. I don't need to explain myself to you. My journey has already been put off once, and I was promised I could go today. I will be going under any circumstances. She meets Bimel's eyes with a gaze of steel. He starts to speak, and she cuts in. An extra day or two shouldn't be that much of a problem for you. Whoever you're meeting can surely wait such a tiny amount longer. Patience is a virtue, after all. The night is only so long, and if we're still on the bridges when the sun comes up, we'll all die as they sink below the surface. If you don't decide soon, no one will be coming. Oh, that's interesting, because normally, like, when it's day, that means it's safe. Wait, you need to tell me the creatures sink or the bridges sink? Because that's like a very weird construction. Or is it like some sort of magic nonsense? The guide is dispassionate, stoic. I would almost feel something's wrong with him if I didn't share the trait myself. Bimel pulls me to the side, jaw clenched tight. That woman isn't armed. Are you suggesting stab, stab, stab? Or hack and slash? We can easily get her to back off if we make this into an actual fight. After all, we have to go tonight, yes? If one of us really is to die, it'll be her. Would staying be a worse fate than her death? I stare at the dock, refusing to meet Bimel's eyes, and try to keep my voice as level as possible. We don't know her situation. This isn't a decision we can make for her. What? Bimel leans in closer, apparently having missed what I said. I remove the sympathy for her in my response when I speak again. The guide won't accept something like that, I assume. His face is grim. Then what else do you have in mind? First of all, you and I cannot split up. Either we both stay, or we both go. Right, that's not a question. I cross my arms, a hand on my chin. I have full confidence in my abilities, and in Mel's. But there's no reason not to believe the guy knows exactly what he's talking about. If we go, he might not be able to give the group the attention we each deserve. That would mean we truly would be putting Margaret's life at risk on top of our own. Yeah, because we're on a time limit. Not just for the interaction, but because of the actual conflict that is ongoing on the other side of the lake. Bemel's reply is firm. I forgot to read that. My steadfastness seems almost weak in comparison to its certainty. He addresses the guide. We shouldn't waste more time. Let's shove off. The guide slowly turns around without even a nod to show his agreement. Margaret stares at Bimel and me, something of a resolve in her gaze. Then she follows after the guide. At least she didn't insist we stay behind. We should do what we can to protect her. It's our fault she's being put in even further danger. Exactly my thoughts. We will take care of everything. Maybe I'm being naive, but I have no intentions of letting anyone fall victim to this lake tonight. Those monsters can starve. He turns to follow the others across. I will protect everyone on this trip. I will. We will make it through this. Well, maybe you don't know this, but I took a look at the Steam page and it pretty clearly said that you cannot save everyone, so that's a thing. Then I step onto the dock and join them. And at this point, what is this layout? But there we go. Now the game actually starts. We're actually going onto the lake. As soon as I step onto the wood, the temperature drops. The light of my lamp shines against the water's surface, as reflective as a mirror. Until we reach land again, death is only one small mistake away. We fall into line, with the guide leading the way. Margaret stays close to him, and I behind her, watching to make sure she doesn't slip on the slick, wet wood. Bimel brings up the rear. Each of us hold our lanterns in front of us, but it does little good. The fog is thick and nigh impenetrable, consuming the light as if hungry for it. Above the surface of the lake, it's deathly quiet. No longer is there the whispering wind, nor the sound of water lapping against the shore. It's just our own mismatched footsteps and the sound of my quickened breathing. My eyes drift back to the lake, against my better judgment. It's no wonder there's not even the sound of water, with how still the surface is. It seems almost sturdy with the sheen of the black marble floor. I've heard rumors that the water of Sinlos is heavier, more difficult to disturb than natural water. That just the weight of its oppressive cling is enough to keep someone down, even without them. Something even darker than the abyss of the lake flickers just below the surface. Or at least, I think it does. I turn my gaze to Margaret's back. It's better to stay focused. Fall back a bit. You're following me too closely. The guide is looking over his shoulder, addressing Margaret. I'm sorry. If someone gets pulled into the lake, they'll instinctively reach for anything to hold onto. Do not let that be you. Margaret's shoulders rise, and she nods with great seriousness. I understand. Thank you for the advice. He ignores her gratitude. You can speak amongst yourself if you so choose, as long as you pay attention to where you're going. There is no worth in listening to the sounds out there. If there's anything at all, it'll only be Nixie trying to set you on edge. Alright, then could you tell us your name? You didn't have a chance to properly introduce yourself, and I've only heard you being referred to as the guide. I don't have a name. He's facing the front again, his voice as expressionless as before. I have no way of guessing how he feels as he says this. Oh. It's probably not something he wishes to talk about. However, there was something else I wanted to say, so changing the subject is not difficult. Margaret, thank you for allowing us to join you. Margaret shrugs non-committally, so like half-assed. It wasn't exactly up to me. The guide said he would take you. She hesitates, and then she looks tentatively over her shoulder at me. But thank you for saying that. It's appreciated. Bimel and I will do our best to be an asset on this trip, rather than a burden. That's nice. I'm not afraid to be out here though. Still, at least with your training you should be able to take care of yourselves. I admire her resilience. It's comforting to know that everyone here is so confident in their abilities, but not enough to forget how terrible it feels to be over this lake. I'm not sure if that is fortunate or unfortunate. Believing yourself to be secure doesn't mean that you are. As the conversation lulls, a new sound breaks through. It's the whispering noise again. It's the chatter of inhuman voices, and this time coming from all around us. Taking care of yourself is exactly what you need to do. The guide is speaking again, except louder, as if to cover the Nixie's voices with his own. Work to survive at all costs, and hope that everyone around you has enough sense to do the same. That's the only way you'll make it to the other side. Margaret nods in response, but I hear a grunt from behind me. Groups tend to go further when they work together to achieve the same goal. The guide doesn't say anything in response to Bimel's grumbling either. I'm not sure whether he didn't hear Bimel, or whether he just didn't feel the statements made thus far are worthy of addressing. I have a feeling it's the latter. We go around a large bend in the bridge, part of it forking off to another way. It's forking off. So that was so bad. I am. Actually, I'm not sorry because like it's my own channel. I can do whatever I want. I wonder how the guide knows which one of these essentially identical paths is correct. And something in the corner of my eye catches my attention. I believe I saw something over there. Keep walking, no need to worry. The guide's voice is calm and level. I decide against pressing the issue, not wanting to set everyone more on edge. Yet I can assume that the guide knows what he's doing. Yes, no? What did he say? What did he say? Perhaps not wanting the conversation to be caught by the guide, he speaks softly, though I couldn't quite hear him because of it. I take my eyes off Margaret's head for that's not good. For a moment to explain to Bimel, I stopped dead in my tracks. Only one word is able to escape me in my stunned state. Behind. Behind Bimel stands another figure, looming in the darkness. Seeing my face, Bimel grabs the hilt of his sword. He whips around, then staggers swiftly backward. Several meters away, a crooked, twisted, black figure hobbles its way towards us. Some kind of liquid drips off its head, curling around the edges of its face. It almost looks like it's crying. Bimel backs up until he's standing beside me. The figure continues its slow advance, head jerking from one angle to another. What on earth? It's one of them. Yes, Nixie that stumble across the bridges, looking for opportunities. The guide is standing next to us. I didn't even notice him approach. The ones that can make it out of the water are generally referred to as prowlers. Like here I thought like, oh, all you had to worry about was the ones just reaching out. But no, there's ones that can just straight up come out and follow you. Yay! I had no idea things like that were out here. Is that what Kika saw down the other path? The guide says nothing, instead returning to the front of the party. Sorry, just a second. Margaret watches him pass. Her frustration morphs into nervous optimism when something seems to come into her mind. Well, Nixie aren't slowed down much by swords, but at least the light keeps them away, right? Margaret's hand grips her face tight, and desperation bleeds into her voice. I bite the inside of my lip. Direct light will force it to return to the lake. However, it'll try to drag the light, or you, down with it before it goes. Instinctively, I reach for the hilt of my sword. Despite the fact that it would do little to protect me, the prowler is getting closer, jerking forward, stopping, then resuming its slow advance. Okay, does anyone have a light we can leave here? That way it won't follow us. Only matches. Bimel spits. He's the one bringing up the rear, so he's the one most likely to be in danger if it keeps following. The guide, however, moves forward. Don't forget it's there, don't let your guard down, and don't get left behind. What? How am I supposed to keep walking with this thing at my heels? You said it wants to attack. don't give it a chance. Bimel sputters in anger, and the guide summarily ignores him. I solidly grab hold of Bimel's upper arm. Here, I'll lead you like this, and you can keep your focus solely on the prowler. Make sure it doesn't get too close. Bimel eyes the guide with unresolved hostility, but allows himself to softly sigh in relief. He gazes at me with fondness. At least there's someone I can count on. Despite the fact I'm going against his advice, the guide says nothing more. It's clear now that he doesn't give a damn what we end up doing. Some part of me is glad for that. I want to help everyone make it through, and it would be worse to have to persuade the guide every time help was necessary. Kika, thank you. Bimel places a gentle hand on my shoulder. Yeah. Wait, no, that I felt like general, being comrades and not whatever this is. Right. Anyway, I feel Bimel start as I reciprocate his touch, but just as quickly, a smile replaces his shock. The moment is pleasant, a small balm against a large burn. I harden my expression, and Bimel follows suit. He moves his free arm down. I fully link his arm with mine, and now, properly settled, look forward. Margaret is following the guide with some reluctance, turning back every so often to check up on us. I wave my lantern to signal that we're catching up. Margaret returns her head to the front and quickens her pace. With a tug on Bimel, we start to follow them. The four of us continue cautiously over the bridges. Only this time the wet squishing footsteps of the prowler join the sound of our own. In spite of myself, I grip Bimel tighter. The prowler walks without a set pattern, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. It takes long steps, then short ones. At times, it stops walking entirely. Does it hurt to be out of the water like this? Or is it trying to be difficult to read? Suddenly, the whispering in the lake grows louder. I steel myself, trying not to let it get to me. The most important thing in a situation like this is to remain calm. I can't lose my head. Then, all at once, I notice the guide and Margaret have come to a halt. Bimel, they're stopping. Bimel slows down as I do, and as we near Margaret's back, she says with something akin to distress, "There's another one." I tug on Bimel and he understands. We draw up close, ready to protect it, if need be, but the guide holds out a hand. Don't get any closer. Just over his shoulder, I see another prowler stumbling towards us, white liquid dripping from its eyes. The guide's hand turns over in the air, palm up. Give me a lantern, we'll throw it. Margaret extends her own with a trembling hand, and Bimel speaks instead, his back still turned. If you have to take someone's, take mine. Yes. An extra light won't do us much good when we're standing this close together. Margaret takes Bimel's lantern from him, guarded relief displayed on her features. Thank you. She hands the lantern to the guide, whose hand grips it tightly. Knuckles growing pale. Stay here. I can't throw it too far, or the light will blow out before it reaches the Nix. He steps closer to the monster, his movements light and confident. As he nears, the prowler starts to back away. Is it only the approaching light that's making it retreat, or are they afraid of him? The guide is far enough away from us that the fog is partially obscuring him, hiding his movements. The voices from the lake grow louder and louder. Water suddenly begins to splash across the lake, and in the distance and onto the edges of the bridge. Hey, what are you seeing? You know, because as I'm playing a horror game, suddenly focusing your gaze on something is a little bit scary. Did you know that? Okay, I'm just going to assume it's one of the other cats. They want him to mess up. I don't notice how tense I am until Bimel eases my grasp on his arm. Then, suddenly, the guy takes multiple long and fast strides forward, throws the lantern, and jumps backwards to gain the lost distance. There's a sharp hiss, and then a deep splash, and the voices of the Nixie grow quieter. Not silent, but quieter. A sigh escapes me, and the guide comes back to our group. We should keep going before it comes back. I glance at Bimel and realize he, too, is looking relieved at the guide before us. And then I see it. The first prowler. It's still there. It's right there. I shift around, pulling Bimel behind me. The prowler lunges after him, barely missing Bimel, but striking my lantern instead. The fire goes out, and the two of us are plunged into an unearthly darkness. Then there's a slick splash. I realize the Nix has retreated into the water. Somehow Bimel and I are still standing, but we're still here. Kika, thank you. I can't respond. Something cold, wet and slimy has grabbed my ankle. Yee! I kick my leg out as fast as I can, and the Nix's hold slips. I can't pull with the momentum I've gained against it. Margaret rushes to my side, her lantern hanging out towards the Nix. The light brushes its face. We see it for an instant, its eyes wide, and then it slides back into the smooth surface of the water. Bimel grabs Margaret and I both, helping us towards the center of the bridge and cussing under his breath. I only looked away for 1 second. It's fine, Bimel. We're all fine. Are you actually alright? Margaret cocks her head down, examining my ankle, but there's nothing but a wet smudge around my trousers. I'm fine. I say that, though I don't actually want to let go of Bimel. I need to, in order to relight our lantern and provide us actual safety, but I feel such a strong desire not to be alone in this moment. I shake my head roughly and let go of him, relighting the lantern as fast as I am able. Kika, thank you, you saved my life. I won't let this happen again. Yes, it would be good for all of us to pay more attention. Margaret nods solemnly. Anyway. Suddenly, it seems like we're all on the same side. It isn't only Bimel and I. She is with us in more than simply presence. The guide's voice, as cold as that monster's grasp, ends my train of thought. We lost the lantern I threw. And Nix grabbed it after the light went out. Margaret makes a noise. I glance over, wondering whether she's upset, but there's a small smile on her face instead. It's better than I'm taking anything else. A nervous laugh bubbles up out of me, and just as quickly stops. Bimel chuckles in response, and our collective tension eases up, the adrenaline draining from our bodies. We need to keep walking. The guide starts down the bridge again, and we join him. I try to clamp down on the relief, the ease that wants to flood my head. It's not over. The prowler is gone, but so is Bimel's lantern. You can stay near me, Bimel, since your lantern is lost. I appreciate it. Margaret goes on ahead of us. Bimel stays by my side as I keep at the end of the line. The breath of release from both Margaret and Bimel is quickly swallowed by the somber atmosphere of Scene Lows as well, replaced by the gravity of the near-death experience. Never mind celebrating his survival. Something like that shouldn't have happened in the first place. The memory of the prowlers reaching out towards us appears each time I close my eyes. Why does it look like something's dripping down their faces? The prowlers are in Margaret's mind too, and looking at her pained expression, it's as though the moment of relief never existed at all. I'm not sure. Me neither. Something's wrong with them though. They live in water. Air shouldn't be good for the things. But they want to drown humans so much they're willing to drag themselves around on land? It's not right. Of course it isn't. They are monsters. They likely do not understand even the concept of right and wrong. Well, I don't disagree there's something very wrong about them. I truly hope that's the last we'll see of the prowlers. Something comes to her mind, causing Margaret to end her part of the conversation early. You, since you two have to share a light, wouldn't it be safer to be in the middle? Margaret stops and waits for Bimel and I to reach her position. That way you'll catch the edges of my light and the guide. And it won't be so dangerous if Bimel loses his position momentarily. That's a very kind offer, Margaret. Bimel's surprise is so apparent. I want to cover his face with my hands to stop him from insulting her. She merely smirks. I think Margaret may be surprised of herself too. Bimel returns to his usual surety. As thoughtful as it is, I, at least, am fine with bringing up the rear. I'm used to keeping watch for monsters. And since there are two of us, I can pay attention to the back, while Kika focuses ahead. It's not my light though, so I shouldn't be the one to decide what we should do with it. Margaret and Bimel turn to look at me in unison. Tough one. Neither of them are wrong. As for me, my goal is to protect everyone. I can't very well do that with Margaret following behind us. But being stuck in the middle of the group could also be dangerous depending on what circumstances we come across. Getting pincered by the enemy would be an almost sure death, no matter how experienced Bimel and I are. I just don't know what to expect from this bridge, and that makes things so much more difficult. Yeah, I think if we can stay alert, that just hanging behind will do the trick. Seems like it. Yes, I think we'll be good here. But really, thank you. That was a very kind offer. Well, alright. Margaret respects her decision and trots ahead a bit to catch up with the guide. He who has paid no mind to the entire affair. So, I don't want to sound like a child, but how much longer until we arrive at the halfway point? Margaret chuckles, reflecting the amusement I don't want to vocalize. We still have some ways to go. Damn. I suppress my laughter yet again at the spouting response. The gloom we've been under dissipates slightly, like light flickering through the fog. The first trial tends to be the most difficult. I believe he will only react better from this point on. I like the way you think. Then a gleam enters Bimel's eyes, and he grins. I think Kika deserves a round of applause. Her quick reflexes are owed the utmost appreciation. He leans softly into my shoulder, trying to get me to... What? It was indeed a sight. We're quite capable. Bimel was also a sight, but for very different reasons. The way he froze with his mouth all agape was a laugh in itself. Oh. Bimel shakes a fist at Margaret in mock anger, then shoots me an affectionate look. You should know, she and I are usually on equal footing. The only reason you had footing at all was because she pulled you back. Bimel laughs self-consciously, scratching his head. And that's very true. You can always count on Kika. I keep my eyes steadily ahead, unsure how I should respond. I'm pleased, almost grateful, to hear what they think of me. But I don't know what I could say that wouldn't seem pathetic. Instead, I contribute the best way I can. I keep my focus on the path ahead of us. Without a response from me, the conversation quickly dies out. Still, it eases my heart to be on such friendly terms with my companions. After some time, I notice that Margaret isn't keeping up with the guide as much as she was before. I realize it's because the guide has increased its pace. Margaret begins to jog in an effort to keep up with him, and Mimel and I do the same. Despite this, the guide keeps getting further away. We go faster and faster, until suddenly everyone's sprinting across the slick wooden boards. Okay. Oh. Figures in the dark fog fly past us at a blur, and it occurs to me the branching paths and the bridge appear to be sinking? I try hard to swallow my rising panic. You know, like that? The guide shouts something, but is drowned out by the frantic pounding of our footsteps. I'm trying to piece together what he said. Don't stop, turn. And he takes a masterfully sharp right down a different path using his own momentum and the sleek wood to slide into the new direction with no loss of speed. Margaret must not have worked out the warning either, as she is caught completely off guard by the guide's change in course. She runs straight ahead, past the turn, and continues down the path we've been following up until now. She clumsily begins to hold her momentum down the wrong bridge. Then I come upon the fork. I make a hard turn, following the guide and leaving Margaret at the rear. Yeah, sorry, but like, we got to go now. Mimel's footsteps stay as loud as they were before. He's made the turn, as close behind me as ever. Out of the corner of my eyes, I see Margaret turn around to try to come back to us, only to have the bridge in front of her fall away. I slow down for a breath, feeling the impulse to turn back, but ignore it. There's no time. Margaret can make the jump and then she'll rejoin us. I keep my eyes glued to the guide's back, Ears perked for Margaret's footsteps approaching behind us. And then I hear it. A splash? Or a scream. I whip around, sliding to a stop. Margaret is sinking. The bridge she's on is sinking into the water. Okay, I think this is a good point to save. She's disappearing. She didn't jump. What are you doing? Margaret's head shoots up, her face drained of all color. Jump! She stumbles near the edge of the bridge, staring at the placid water of the lake. Even from a distance, I can see her shaking. I can't say if it's from the bridge's descent or her own fear. She barely seems to remain standing. I swallow painfully. Margaret bends and tries to jump. She curves in a small arc, achieving more height than she should, and lands directly in the lake with a muted splash. Bimel starts beside me, but I grab his hand and pull. Yeah, it's too late, bro. We start running again, leaving Margaret floating in the water behind us. We don't need to watch this. We both know exactly what will happen to her now. Margaret's anguished cries pierce the night. Then the screaming stops. But that's just a cruel achievement, really. Inevitability. The price one must pay. My legs grow weak. It isn't right, but I push myself to keep going. Bimel curses between heavy breaths, calling those things every foul name in his large book. I try to focus on the pounding of my feet, but my brain won't cooperate. Instead, I imagine Margaret's terror as she's clawed to pieces by the Nixie. After everything, I didn't help her. We left her in the dark. As the night wears on, our strength rapidly fades. How much longer will this last? People have to rest sometime. Almost as if in response to my thought, the guide abruptly halts. I skid to a stop as well, sliding on the surface of the wood. Why did we stop? Bimel's voice is tired, but his guard is up. The guide doesn't answer, just stares at something slightly out of view. I step up to join him, following his gaze further down the path. He? Who the fuck are you? And also, how are you still, like here? Like surely you would have gone already. Oh wait, it's a ginger. He's one of the Nixie because he doesn't have a soul. Sorry. Okay, that was maybe a little bit mean. Anyway, there, curled in a little ball, illuminated by the lantern's light, cowers a person. His hands grip his head, and he rocks from side to side, mumbling incoherently. It's a man. I'm sorry. I couldn't. I just couldn't. Please, I'm sorry. I'm struck with an array of questions. What is going on? Why would he wander out onto these bridges on his own? Did he make it this far by himself? Were there others with him? If that's somehow the case, I can't blame him for the state of shock he's in. The man stops mumbling. He glances above him, seemingly only just now having the strength to lift up his head. His expression, the deepest sadness, along with the clear markings of terror, are scrawled across his face. I stare at him in shock, not sure what to do. Leave him. I snap my eyes away from the man and instead to the guide's cold, implacable face. No, we can't just leave him here, but without light, certainly he'll die. He won't make it regardless. The guide turns to look at us, his eyes seeming to glow from the closeness of his lantern. For the first time, I feel uncomfortable in his presence. Whoever shelters him will only risk dragging themselves down with him. Leave him. I glance at my partner. Bimel is outraged. I'm trying to think of some sort of compromise when the guide speaks again. His voice cutting. You know, like, I want to help the guy, but we've already seen that this is a treacherous terrain. And the guide is experienced. So, you know, he's got us this far. If he has something to say, then I will trust and believe that the truly honest to God is no better approach. If the man comes, then whoever is shielding him will have to remain at a distance from the rest of the group. Far enough that you can't see me. Just my light. That is how you travel across the bridges. I didn't agree to leave this man, and I won't. If you ask me to, I will leave you all behind. Adrenaline surges through my veins, and I tense up. It's a painful reminder that the guide isn't here to save our lives, but merely to show us the way. We're on our own. Bimel and I frantically share more looks between each other, trying to communicate without words. Neither of us have a desire to speak and be the first to make a choice. The man is standing now, though still hunched with his arms wrapped again around himself as if expecting a blow. He stares at the ground rather than at us. Because of this, I'm having trouble reading his face. What exactly happened to him? Are you well, stranger? Do you know where you are and why you're here? He glances up, not at me, but towards me, his eyes resting somewhere near my collarbone. I'm fine. You can all go your way. Forget you even saw me here. That's absurd. You have no way to defend yourself. We can't leave you. Yes, I'm sure in your eyes that might not seem like much, but that's not exactly a fair shake. Maybe in a perfect world, every man would be as large as you, but that's not how things always go. It doesn't mean I'm defenseless. The man's response is meandering. The words themselves seem to be in good jest, but he's still barely looking at us, fidgeting with his hands. Bimel frowns, unimpressed. It was a joke. He smiles hesitantly, making eye contact with each of us for the first time. What part of it was supposed to be the joke? Do you even realize what is happening in this moment? Never mind. Forget that too. The point is, I'm alright. You have found yourself out alone and unlit on Sinlos. Exactly. Something must be wrong with you. Oh no, sounds like you've been talking with my father. He lets out a weak little laugh, coupled with an eyebrow raise, voice trembling. No one really knows what to make of this. The man gives a small wave and begins down the path we came. Bimel huffs, tossing his hands in the air. That's not even the right way. It is for me. Huh? You must have gone quite a ways if it was the other shore you started on. The man's smile grows. Good, that's not so bad. There is no response to his remark, unsure of what could be said. I still think he should come with us. A person needs a light, and the guide himself said he won't be able to manage on his own. Sticking with us is his best option. I look over the man's body, noting the scrawniness of his limbs. Scrawny, but not necessarily lacking in muscle. The bravado he was showing as he tried to leave us has faded yet again, and now he is standing quietly, looking at us as if watching a play. Interest, but no true connection to the events. It's easy for you to say such things, but whose light are you offering? It's not mine, and you are putting her in even more danger with your own presence already. Bimel's hands turn into fists. He looks away, but doesn't say anything. For a moment, no one does. I feel cold sweat on my brow, as what I feared comes to pass. He's stopping us from protecting one another. Why must he get involved now? Why can he not leave us to make our own decisions? You... don't worry about me. I'll be on my way now. The man's voice is full of something I cannot place, and he starts to shuffle back down the way we came, arms still clenched around himself. I know the guide wants to act as though there is no option. However, I could stay back with him. It'll put Bimel and myself at significantly more risk, but at least this man will stand a chance. Nah, we gotta let him go. I can't risk it. Bimel stares at the man as he leaves. We both watch him drag his little frame down the bridge, quickly fading from sight. We had to let him go. We've already suffered the loss of one of our own. The space the man vanished into is dark and silent. We can see and hear nothing of him, not even his footsteps. The guide was right. There are no other options. Well, that is what I have to believe. We need to get through this somehow, and being weighed down with guilt will only distract us. The guide starts moving again at a quick pace. After a moment's hesitation and one last glance into the truly lifeless fog, we run to catch up to him. We walk onwards in silence. Our party hasn't changed. The stranger was never added to it, so it's not as if it makes sense to miss him. But there's a sense of loss all the same. No one even attempts Smurf. I keep thinking I should have done more. Should have pushed the guide harder to change his mind, so it was less dangerous to keep the man around. To keep the man around. Something. Anything. But I have to let this go. I'm not going to forget that man. I'll never forget him. But we still need to get through this. I curl my hands into fists, hoping it'll strengthen my resolve. Then I push forward. We turn down a different path, and the guide stops. Hello. Bonjour. Hello. Ahead of us stands a group of prowlers. At the sound of us, they turn their heads in unison, as if they knew we were coming. I inhale. You can hear them somehow. Their skin moving more slowly than it should. sliding across their skeletons. They laugh. We cannot lose another lantern at this point. We're almost to the island. The guide rummages through his coat with his free hand. What are you planning? Bimel's tone is borderline threatening, but the guide ignores him. He pulls out a small pouch, then opens a latch on his lantern. Wait, are you going to throw that at him? What if the bridge sets on fire? Have you seen how moist this is? I really don't think this bridge is going to catch fire anytime soon. Oh, okay, never mind. It will. We're going to run. This is insane. These bridges are hellish enough without them also being on fire. And what about the other man? If he's still out there, this could... He's dead. We're not losing another lantern. He says it with such detached certainty. It's as if he saw it happen himself. No one argues with him. The guide steps closer to the prowlers. We fall in to step behind him, staying close to his back. He bends his lantern back down until it is lowered to his outstretched arm. The pouch in his hand is set aflame. You have practiced flick of the wrist. He swings the staff back up, and the glass on the lantern snaps closed. Don't get left behind. He takes 3 quick steps, then tosses the pouch. The prowlers are back in the water before the pouch even lands. As soon as it does, the fire starts to lick and curl itself around the wood. The guide breaks into a sprint, and so do the rest of us. The blaze grows despite the heavy dampness from the lake. These bridges aren't normal bridges. Of course that's true. Nothing here is right. Hopefully they won't collapse with the flames. We stay on the guide's heels, almost too close for comfort. If he stops abruptly, we'll all crash into another, maybe even fall off the bridge. Then the world tilts. I was mid-stride. When I put my foot down, the bridge isn't where it was. It lurches to one side, either because it was weakened or pushed. Bimel and I manage to keep our ground, as does the guide. He presses on without even bothering to see if we were able to follow. I mean, yeah, of course his own life is the first priority. Bimel growls in frustration as he pushes to keep up with the guide's pace. As our storm of feet thunder across the bulwarks, a silver sliver begins to rise into view, just above the edge of the water. It's the island! The island? I squint, and suddenly make out the craggy forms of land and earth. I see it! We're almost there! Safety at long last in sight. New energy surges through me. We push ourselves faster, longing to put these god-forsaken bridges behind our backs. All at once, the bridge ends, and our entire group rushes ashore. Earth, solid earth, a haven from the water. I catch my breath while still moving even further away from the dark shoreline. I can't believe we actually made it. Even more difficult is the idea that we're only halfway done. When night falls once more, we have to do it all again. A heavy arm. Oh god. Sorry. Wow. Oh, the past few weeks really tired me out. And I straightened to see Bimel smiling warily at me. Good work out there. It's not the usual commendation of a job well done. There's sadness, perhaps even sympathy in the sentence. It ends flatly. Usually, Bimel's comfort and good nature gives me at least the urge to smile, but right now it feels like a hollow victory. Despite still having the comfort of one another, we were incapable of doing any true good. We were only able to save ourselves. A quiet moment passes between us. And then the guy is there. He moves so smoothly that his steps on the soft sand are nearly silent, and his dusky clothes blend with the thinning of the night. The sun will rise soon. The fire on the bridge is the only reason this island isn't overrun with prowlers right now. However, they could still pose a threat. Bimel levels an empty look towards the guide. Is there something we should do? Come. The guide takes us to an area a bit further inland, but not too far from the water. Trees partially obscure our location. Yes, and there's enough room to watch the coast in case prowlers start to emerge from the water. Essentially, it's a place where an ambush would be hard. If any of you see anything at all, speak up. We don't want them to sneak up on us. Almost automatically, each member of the group turns to a different direction. As the sky continues to fade from pale purple to a muted blue, the water stays silent. For the first time, nothing happens. It's a miracle. Suddenly, my chest is lighter and the air is fresher. The first breaks of light appear over the horizon, stinging my eyes after such a long journey through the darkness. A sound catches my attention, and I move my focus towards its direction. The guide is opening the latch on his lantern again. He gently, almost respectfully, blows out the light. We no longer have to worry about the Nixie. It is over for today. I'm almost unable to keep tears of relief from pouring out at those words. We made it through the night. We survived. And no one feels the need to speak. We look at each other, an understanding passing between us. Then we find our own space, as comfortable as we can get, and lie down for the rest we weren't sure would ever come. My eyes slowly blink open and readjust to the brightness. What little there is. The sun is obscured by a thick layer of fog, making it impossible to estimate the time of day. I prop up my elbows and push myself up. The ground is hard and rocky, but that isn't the only reason I am eager to get on my feet. I check my surroundings. The harsh, grey earth of the island is interlaced with twisting vines and gnarled branches. Beside me, Bimel is still fast asleep. The guide, however, is nowhere to be seen. I realize that I don't recall seeing him lay down with everyone. It's likely he left us hours ago. There's a creeping silence here. I can't help but shudder at the hollow, aching feeling inside of me. It refuses to relent. I shift my weight back and forth, unsure of what to do with myself. Memories of last night's harrowing journey flicker through my mind. Bemel wakes suddenly, rising with alarm. My mouth opens, then shuts, and after a moment of fumbling, a word finally escapes. Hello. Bemel gives me a gentle smile and makes his way over to me. Morning. A pocket of quiet descends over us. Bemel sighs. The atmosphere is weighing on him already. We should eat something soon. Yes. A distinct rustling of the leaves catches my attention. Wait, what? A distinct rustling of the leaves around catches my attention. The guide appears, emerging from the thicket. Bemel glares at him as he makes his way over. The Nixie will not tread on land in daylight. However, being near the shoreline is still dangerous. If you leave the center of this island, remain cautious. Before the sun sets, I will be in this area. It will be wise to meet me here before nightfall. Why do you do this? Whoa, Bemel, calm down, bro. I sharply turn towards Bemel as he snarls and confronts the guide. If you had just let him follow behind us, if you had been there before, none of this would have happened. They didn't have to die. The guide looks away, seemingly unaffected. If all you're going to do is leave everyone to be lost, then why bother guiding us at all? Despite Bemel's severe words, the guide apparently considers his piece here finished. He turns towards the forested area from which he came. Wait! Bemel calls out to the guide, reaching towards him. Before he can make contact, I quickly place a hand on his shoulder. He lowers his arm to his side, though I can still feel wrath emanating from him. We stay this way until the guide disappears from view. Bemel begins to kick at the ground, spraying tiny pieces of gravel about. Bemel, I know you're angry, but regardless of our feelings, we need the guide. If he leaves us, we'll all die. And we've done so well with him? I give him a cold glance. We won't even know which bridge to take without the guide. Bemel knows that. This needs to stop. There are people counting on us to make us back. We can't afford to lose our way. The anger etched into his expression fades into sadness. I can't stay here right now. Quietly, I speak. Let's at least follow the guy. The guide. Stretching my fingies. Yeah. I ball my hands into fists, steel my will, and start advancing in the direction the guide went. I push my way through the branches and reach the shore of the island. I look for the guide, but he is nowhere in sight. How? Where could he have gone? I searched the area further without success. This island is not in any way large. If I have not found him, it can only be because he does not wish to be found. I sigh as all motivation leaves me. I think I simply need to be alone. Okay, but that's a bit... okay. It seems as though my wish to be alone will be granted. There's no sign that they will be returning. A cold chill somehow whips its way down my back. Despite the calm of the air, I keep my gaze on the dark ground, taking a breath so deep it stings the back of my throat. As I steadily empty my lungs, I try to empty my mind of all thoughts. I do not know what I'm doing anymore. Nothing is straightforward. I find something familiar and powerful in my thoughts and latch on. The mission. I have to try and focus on the mission. I need to be strong. My eyes dart back up. Is someone watching? I wonder if I'm afraid of being seen struggling like this, or if I hope I may not be on my own here. It doesn't matter. There's still nothing but the silent island. Time seems so indefinite around me, passing slowly. On this island, it almost seems to move as slow as a stagnant pond. I shake my head, burying the thought. It's irrational, but I cannot bear to think of even old pond water. Gradually, my consciousness begins to include the world again. I do a few standard warm-up stretches, testing my mind and body. Hey, was that always there? Is that a tree or a creature? I don't know how long it's been, but I feel I have regained enough of my wits to continue on. I need to make sure everything is alright. I head for the wooded part of the island. Just anything that could be called a path, but I managed to pick my way through the bush quite well. Through a thinner stand of trees, I briefly catch sight of the guide standing on one of the beaches. He seems fine, but even though I'm sure he turned his head toward me, he makes no show. Sorry, I don't know why I did it like that. He makes no show of acknowledging me. I continue my check without heeding that. Wow. My brain really is not it today. After moving on, I find Bimel in a jagged clearing, leaning against a tree. He's already noticed me and is looking my way, smiling. As I get closer, I can pick up on the sadness behind his jovial expression. I know, in English you say jovial, isn't that right? Yeah, probably. How are you faring? Any problems? Everything is fine. I came to check on you. How kind. I've calmed down since then. I am glad to hear that. Is there any way I can help? Or anything you'd like to say? He raised an eyebrow at that, his grin becoming markedly playful. I didn't expect to see you so worried about me, Kika. I have to force myself not to avert my eyes at that comment, embarrassment flowing into me. Bimel notices my reaction. He does not draw attention to it, however. Instead, he throws his arms out wide with a sour expression. Have you seen the guide? Bimel is clearly asking out of a sense of obligation, and makes no secret that he's not pleased to be discussing the guide. I nod in response. I saw him earlier. He is the same as always. Good. In that case, I'm going to stretch my legs for a bit. I feel stiff from standing in one place so long. I bid him a brief goodbye. Bimel waves as he departs. I find that I've been pacing back and forth for quite some time. I finished my check a while ago, so now I have nothing left to do but aimlessly wander. I'm overcome with restlessness. This island may be safer than the bridges, but that is far from enough to ease the mind. I quietly sigh and decide to wait on my own. If I go back now, whoever I encounter will know that I don't want to be alone. It is more troubling than simply staying where I am. I sit down and silently listen to the ambience of the island as I wait for time to pass. I can only hope this will all end before I can no longer keep myself together. Oh, that's not relatable at all. Yeah. Yeah, true. The sun begins to descend into the sky, and the light starts to fade into the fog. I feel relieved that it is almost time to leave this island. A chill slips down my spine at the thought of what comes next, however. Bimel soon arrives. He gives me a half smile as he waves. Hello there. I wave back and walk over. I'm glad he's here. I don't want to be alone any longer. Hello. The atmosphere grows tense as the quiet stretches on. Bimel seems torn between saying something and keeping the silence. Before too long, the guide arrives. His presence snuffs out all chance of conversing definitively. I keep my focus on steadying my breath, bracing myself for what's ahead. All three of us wait in an uncomfortable silence until night falls. Night settles like a shroud over the land. Every inch of the world now covered in unrelenting darkness. Suddenly there is a gurgling. The water parts as the bridges of Sinlos rise powered by some unnatural force, creaking like they might fall apart. Practice the start of the next section. Let me just save. And also, I am going to get myself some tea and eat a little bit. Only a little bit. Not of tea, but you know. And then I'll be back. Oh wait, let me just. Hello. And then back to the main scene. Alright. Time for night 2. And seeing how many of us, if any at all, make it to the other side of the lake. I feel an inexplicable pounding like a hammer in the back of my head, beating faster and heavier than my own heart. I clench my teeth to stop it from churning my stomach. We must go now. The guy doesn't wait for any replies, briskly starting in the direction of the shore. Bemel and I match his pace. I can feel the air weighing on us, a sensation that slows our steps despite being rested. Something hovers in my mind, the mirrored memory of the beginning of last night's journey. 1 day ago feels like a lifetime past. The thick, inky water sloshes reluctantly off of the board, bleeding back into the lake until finally it stills. A shudder crawls over my body as I place my foot on the board, but I quickly shake it off. I have no other option. We have to go for this again, especially because now there's no returning. Like either way, you're gonna have to make the trip to get out of the lake. All tense as day-old corpses. Because rigor mortis. Yeah. I don't know what that was about. We walk over the bridges in silence. The only sound that accompanies us is the thick lapping of the water at the bridge. Bemel stays close by my side, with a sour expression on his face. He evidently has little interest in masking his disgust. He murmurs something beneath his breath, but it's inaudible. I decide not to ask about it. It wasn't meant for me to hear. It feels as though barely any time has passed, when it is explained that half the night has crept by. We encountered a few sunken bridges which forced us to reroute, while other paths were rotten enough to make us stagger our steps. However, the biggest threat of all is eerily absent. But generally when prey is present, but the predators aren't, it would indicate that an even greater threat is present. So I don't like where this is going, to be honest with you. Like, I have to be quite frank here. Well, no way but forward, I guess. I haven't seen more than shadowy glimpses of them down other paths, and even those may have simply been tricks of the foe. I feel I may be even more on edge tonight than the last. Judging by Bemel's tenseness, he isn't set at ease by the lack of presence either. Why? I whisper the question softly, almost silently, as I scan left and right across the impossibly empty bridges for any sign of movement. I ponder whether they're still wary from the consuming blaze that lit up the night yesterday, or if there are less dragging themselves across the bridge than usual, because many have already gotten what they wanted. My skin crawls with the touch of icy fingers at the thought. and I can't control the sharp shiver that travels down my spine. Bimel catches my concern, and he brings himself closer to my ear. This isn't right. It shouldn't be nearly this easy to cross. Not after what we went through the other night. Could they be planning something? Bimel lightly shakes his head. He speaks with suspicion in his voice as he peers at the guide ahead. I don't know. As time passes by, we continue to see nothing but more bridges and fog. Beside me, Bimel is becoming more and more agitated the longer we go without disruption. I can read Bimel well enough to know that his anger is still directed at the guide rather than the bridges themselves. It was my hope that he would be able to contain his feelings toward our lead until we had put this maze behind us. That is becoming unlikely. I resolve to step in before it grows too heated, and there is yet another hazardous argument. Your concentration is clouded, Bimel. What is troubling you? Surely you're already aware. It's him. Bimel glowers hatefully at the guide. I purse my lips for a moment before continuing, resigned. I do know that. However, you need to stop allowing that to consume you, or else you could get hurt, or even... Bimel releases an exasperated sigh while crossly folding his arms. That isn't possible. I can't stop myself from thinking about it. Everything makes so much sense now. What do you mean by that? Recall yesterday. I asked him why he would lead others at all if he was heartlessly going to leave them behind. What if this is the reason? Before, we could scarcely escape these monsters, and now I can't even hear a whisper of one. What if they're already satisfied with what they're taking? My eyes widen and I stifle a gasp. The situation at hand giving both of us a reason to think on. To think on that possibility is absolutely unsettling, but his conclusion is even worse still. The notion of the guide allowing others to die unnecessarily on purpose, to make it less dangerous for the remaining few. That is not something I was prepared for. Even back when we started, the first time we met the guide, he mentioned that at least one of us would die before the journey was finished. Didn't that exchange seem strange to you? He said it as though it was a price to pay for coming with him. The guide is free to do as he pleases. He can and will threaten to leave the entire group behind as so much as a hint of resistance. Nothing is stopping him. He knew this was going to happen. He had to know. I take a few moments to breathe. Despite the danger, I only barely resist shutting my eyes against the world. We need to make it to the other side. We must keep moving forward and survive. The guide is our only way across. My usual reply to Bimel's worries does not make an impression. His eyes are not swayed. He continues to stare into me. I am saying he cannot be trusted with our lives at this very moment. I need an answer to that, Kika. What do you really think? Middle option? Like we have to get out, you know? It's like without the guide we're already gonna die anyway. you know? Even if the guide is not to be trusted, it's not exactly like we have a better option. Coming to any decision on the matter is impossible right now. There's too much danger and too many unknowns to account for to reach any sort of conclusion. I have no choice but to shut the conversation down. I can only hope Bimel will take it seriously. When everything is through, then we may talk about it. End of discussion. Bimel doesn't battle me further on the issue. His face no longer retains any anger, only sorrow. He returns his gaze straight ahead. Our progress continues steadily, and we still encounter no significant difficulties. How much longer until we reach the other side? You've traveled quite a ways. Bimel's quiet breaking question doesn't sound particularly enthused. It should only be another couple of hours. Huh. Bimel is unconvinced. It is not only I who notices. The guide suddenly stops. Eerily, he turns his head to the side and looks back at us. Is there a problem with that? Is there? We've progressed through the bridges, and much a quicker clip this time. Bimel's question was not idle curiosity. He was confirming that fact for himself. I should have known. The guide looks to be slightly irritated over the attitude Bimel has taken. If you have something to say, you should say it, unless you're afraid that I'm going to leave you behind. His statement lands heavily on us. Did he listen to our conversation? There were no sounds to cover our voices. However, I had assumed we were far enough away from the guide to keep our words to ourselves. He stares with such an icy expression, I nearly freeze in place. Bimel, on the other hand, heats up and grows more hostile. He leaves my side to rush into the guide's flickering light. Let me just save that. Don't. This is going much too far. I urge him to come back. He ignores me and takes a stand facing the guide. Am I right? Are you going to leave us behind after what I've done? The guide isn't bothered at all by Bimel entering his space. He gives a level answer. No. Well, that's grand. In that case, I'd like to know if I'm on the right track about something else. Are the monsters missing because they've already eaten? Or is there some other reason why they've all mysteriously vanished? The guide pauses for a moment. His eyes close and he becomes completely still. It's possible. Bimel glares at the guide over the mittens. It's as though he heard nothing after the first line the guide spoke. The guide is unfazed. If you enter these ridges, all you should expect is death. That is no secret. You need to stop putting so much energy into finding meaning, or else you will end up like the others. Bimel ends up speechless. Caught off guard by the guide openly discussing his accusation, the guide continues at Bimel's silence, annoyance leaking into his voice. You think that the results would have been different if I had only said more or did something differently, but that is not true. The conclusion would be exactly the same. If Lou hadn't died when he did, he would have been lost at some other point during the trip. Lou? Yes. Lou was his name. I had spoken with him in the past. He wants to cross the bridges. I had deemed him unfit. He was far too desperate and unprepared. There is no helping someone like that. The guide sounds even more agitated as he elaborates. Mel seems to be finished with being surprised. His anger reignites. If that's all well and true, why haven't you died yet? How is it that you've been able to cross these horrendous bridges over and over again without suffering the same consequences as everyone else? The guide's face twists into a vicious snarl. He shouts. What? What? Am I hearing this correctly? Am I seeing this correctly? Am I reading this correctly? You're telling me the guy is a ghost? I have no life to give. Everything I am, everything I could have been, was surrendered to this lake. That is the only reason why I'm able to stand before you now. I can show you the way, and I can give you advice on how to survive the perils you will face. That is all I'm able to offer. Is that not enough for you? What else do you want from me? Kindness? Sympathy? It is far too many years since I was capable of giving anything like that. He finally stops to catch his breath, though the emotion in his eyes still shines intently. There is no response from either of us. An agonizing silence permeates the air. No one dares to even move. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The tension is cut as the boards beneath me start to creak. My eyes dart down. The bridge is sinking. Rapidly, instinctively, I jump backwards. But the new section of bridge goes horribly, as it too starts to tilt into the water. They keep getting farther and farther away with each disappearing platform I move off of. Kika! I look up at Bimel's call. My chest tightens when I see him and the guide on what has become the other side of a small chasm. I leap back just in time as the bridge under me snaps like a twig. Glancing over and over again, they keep getting farther and farther away, with each disappearing platform I move off of. Dread creeps up my neck, and I nearly lose my footing once I realize what's happening. Desperately stumbling backwards, I finally manage to regain my balance. I use this to leap far enough back that the bridge I land on doesn't immediately start to fall apart under my weight. In another 3 swift steps, I am finally on sturdy wood. The bridges reluctantly stop shifting and settle. The only trace left of what was once a huge section of bridge is a few splintered boards floating in the murky water. The lake consumed it. Somehow, I am not surprised. Regaining my bearings, I face what has become of my circumstances. I am now separated from Bimel and the guide by a far wider gorge than anyone could leap. My throat goes bone dry as I teeter at the end of the bridge, mind widely scrambling for a solution that doesn't come. I lock onto Bimel's face. He's completely aghast, darting from one side of the bridge to the other like a panicked animal. There is no mistaking that he's desperate to help me in some way. However, there's also no mistaking that there aren't any options available to him. He turns to the guide with pleading eyes. All his earlier hostility sunken with the bridges. I'm too far off to grasp what Bimal is asking, but I get the impression he is seeing if there's another way. The guide turns to me. He's completely cooled down from the earlier interaction, back to his same placid expression. He focuses back on Bimal, who has now gripped him by the cloak. The guide says one word. Judging from the look of pure terror on Bimal's face, I can only assume it was a no. There's no way back to them. The guide frees himself from Bimal's grasp and continues speaking. Bimal still seems horribly shaken at his words. I can barely see it from here, but I think he's quivering. As I watch the two discuss my face, unable to say anything, fear starts to crawl over me. My arms were in the cool, too cold, too freezing. It's not long before the rest of my body follows. I notice Bimal cover his face with his still shuddering hand. The guide's voice echoes loudly across the water separating me from them. Go back and take the next bridge you come across that goes west. There may be enough time for you to find your own way. I blink, taken aback for a moment, before I quickly regain my composure. That's right. This isn't over. I still have my lantern with me. The prowlers are less active, and if the guide says that is possible, it could be true. I nod solemnly at his words and yell back. I'll meet you there. Don't wait for me. He bows his head and starts to slowly back away from the edge. Bimal pulls his head from his hand to look at me. Even across the water, I can tell that he's crying. I smile forlornly at him as the wind whips against my back. I speak softly. You need to go. There is no way he could have heard me. Heard me? Bro, heard me. Yet I'm confident that the sentiment got across. I spin on my heels and run back the way we came, searching for the bridge the guide said to take. I can only hope that we all safely reunite before this night ends. I spare a brief glance behind me, ever there's not a trace of them, or even the dead end I was stranded at. With a painful contracting of my heart, I realize that I am truly alone now. Quickly, I shake off the thought and refocus my attention on what's in front of me. The first branching of the path comes into reach. I skid into a full stop in front of it. The path west is as dark and desolate as every bridge. It's impossible to see what's down the twisting way. The previous conversation comes floating back to me. Now that I'm here, I must face that concern. Is the guide reliable? Can he be trusted? I had to leave so that I could go on without being weighed down. That I don't regret. However, I can't help but wonder if the guide couldn't give me a proper suggestion because of the sinking bridges. A mistake could have been made. It's also possible he knowingly gave false hope to keep the situation calm. Or perhaps he intentionally set me to the wrong path because it would be easier for them if I did not make it. Yeah, okay, but then at that point he could have also just said, hey, there's no hope. It's over, Broski. I looked between the pathways. Based on my direction, it does seem as though other options could potentially connect me to them before the west does. Yet I cannot possibly know until I move forward. And you know, it has a weird layout, so you know, it could be that the other ones are dead ends, or just go an entirely different direction. Follow the guide. We have to. It is simply the best option we have now. Even if we don't like it, even if the guide is suspicious, we don't have any better approach to take. No, I can't allow doubt to take control. We've known from the beginning that there's only one path that has led travelers to safety. His. I will take the guide on his word. Sorry. Let me just finish my tea. Without wasting an additional moment, I make my way across the western bridge. I walk at a moderately brisk rate, not wanting to risk tripping or running out of energy in a moment where I need it. If the eeriness of the lake was disconcerting before, now it is overwhelming. The blizzard-like fog drifting over the water limits my vision to the span of my arms. Oh no, that looks... Is that Prowlers? The utter silence was a comfort, despite how otherworldly it felt. But the whispering of the lake has started to stir now. I gulp despite myself. They've noticed me. As their chattering grows, I consider briefly if the others hear them as well, or if they have come out specifically because I am on my own. I straighten my back and walk more surely. I cannot let them believe I am an easy target. I even consider keeping my sword in hand. It doesn't seem entirely likely that they would realize it is something that could hurt them. Could it even hurt them? You don't exactly know how their physiology works. To keep my mind from wandering into dark places, I count my steps like we used to in training. 1, 2, 3, 4. Despite my best efforts, things are starting to get to me. My worries wash over me, causing painful twinges underneath my clothes that make me jerk and twitch like a fly-bitten horse. The whispering inhuman voices, the feeling of vulnerability, the horrible thought of being hopelessly lost all melded together is consuming me. My pace breaks from the steady rhythm of my counting set. It quickens more as I start to succumb to fear. My brisk steps turn into long, frantic strides. Something in me whispers, faster, go faster. Don't let them catch you. And I listen. I break into a run, like moving on landmines. Flashes of fear explode in my mind and drive my feet harder, faster, stronger along the path. Until suddenly my sense of reason returns and I stop dead. My chest rises and falls with deep, heaving breaths as I try to calm myself down. The monsters erupt into an inharmonious chorus of what sounds to be wicked laughs. I fight the urge to shout back at the creatures. This feels like a nightmare I will never wake up from. I take another breath and resume my measured progress. Even after the first crossroad, I continue with the guide's simple direction, keeping west every chance I get. I have no other hints for this labyrinth. It's difficult to tell how much time has passed. It must be at least an hour, judging by how much energy I've expended. Since I recomposed myself, I have not stopped walking for a second. Despite how much time has worn on, the route still feels like an endless abyss. Then I hear a noise which causes a shuddering chill to creep down my spine. An uneven clicking followed by a squelching sound. It's a prowler. I immediately turn to look behind me. There's nothing. Oh, you're gonna get pulled down from the side, aren't you? I breathe out, relieved. My ears search for the source of the noise. With all the babble the Nixie are making, the direction is clouded. I strain my ears. That's it. The noise is drifting slowly from one of the connecting paths up ahead. I can faintly tell the noise is drawing nearer. The prowler has not arrived yet, but soon its path will intercept my own. I will not wait for it to reveal itself, leaving me two options. I can run past the bridge connection to get ahead of it, or I turn back and find a new path to take. I think getting ahead is the best option, because like turning back, that will link to routes we know are messed up, or routes we simply cannot trust. Yeah, because it's not specifically west, but of course now it's no longer the first west, so but at least you're still keeping like the general arc, right? Because if you go back, you might lose your bearings. And let me just save real quick. Go past. I have a faith that following the same path I've been in is for the best. I steel myself and build up speed. I get closer and closer to the branch of the lurking threat, and pick up my pace, so I'm sprinting. I hear a gurgling hiss as I pass through the crossroad. It must have been close enough to be pained by the light. I barely made it. However, they didn't hear any splash. It's still nearby. I look behind me to see if it at least decided to come no further. Horrified, I realize it's pointedly following me. It is no longer mindlessly dragging itself through blackness. I have become its target. Its limbs bend wildly and unnaturally. It looks as though it's only barely keeping itself upright as its torso wobbles on its hips. That isn't stopping it from giving chase. I focus my view back ahead and continue to run. My breathing rapidly becomes ragged. I can still hear the squishing footsteps of the prowler behind me as it lunges its body forward in that unnatural gait. Without warning, the bridge lurches to one side. Oh holy shit, this is a whole new unique image, catching me completely off guard. I lose my footing and slam onto the damp surface of the bridge. My light falls with me, painfully snuffing out. Splashes and the excited stirring of many voices come from the lake. How? Why? Is it rotting? Did they push the sport beams? I'm left with no time to ponder as the monster draws near. I scramble back onto my feet as it closes in. Grabbing my dark lantern, I resume running to put some space between us again. I open the latch on the lantern and pull out a match. I'll have to slow down, at least briefly, to properly light the flame without it blowing out. With death still on my heels, I must not let one precious moment be wasted. Set on my plan, and with everything in hand, I begin to decrease my pace, light the lantern. Moving as fast as I am capable, I place a lit match inside the lantern and the oil catches fire. As the flame grows, I can hear the awful footsteps behind me begin to peter out. I steal a glance behind me. It has truly stopped. The return of light seems to catch it off guard, and thankfully it declines coming closer. Run. Just move. After a moment of breathe, I rush forward once more. Fighting isn't an option, and I need to get away from that monster. I am not able to run fast enough, however. I let out a loud scream as the prowler latches onto my body from behind. I'm thrown to the ground again. The shock is great and the lantern slips from my hand, skidding across the bridge out of my reach. Because it came in contact with the light, the prowler drops itself back into the depths without attacking again. There is no time to feel relieved. Arms of other Nixie emerge from the water and reach up the side of the bridge, scraping the boards as they try to get to me. I try to climb up onto my feet, but one of the creatures takes a hold of me before I can properly stand. I'm dragged back down to the ground, my jaws smacking hard against the bridge as the Nix pull me blindly. Oh, like singular. Okay, so singular is Nix, and then plural is Nix. Okay, as the Nix blindly pulls me towards the edge. Other slimy, clawed hands grab onto me as I jam my nails hard into a crevice in the bridge. I kick frantically at their silhouettes, but they keep pulling me closer to the edge. I curl my fingers around the uneven wood tighter. Despite all my effort, there is no support. My bloody, splintered fingers come loose. Water engulfs my vision, heavy and cold. So thick I can't even hear my own thrashing. I try to grab my sword, try to fight back, but I can't even get it out of the hilt. The resistance against me is all encompassing. Something grabs my arm, and then my waist. I get pulled from side to side or further down, first one way and then another. The water feels like a solid substance, and being dragged against it is like I'm being pressed through something. My vision grows darker and darker, and I can't tell whether I'm going lower or whether I'm losing consciousness. My arms flail to bring me close to wherever the surface is, but nothing is working. And then you die. Was everything I've done worth it? I must believe that it was. Okay. Now, turn back. Let's see what that does. Quiet, I turn on my heel and retrace my steps. After a short time, I come across a decent enough seeming bridge. With no better option, I take it. Soon the sounds of the prowler fade, then completely vanish into the night. I breathe a sigh of grateful relief, and hope that I don't encounter any more of them going forward. As I walk alone longer still in this purgatory, the worries that had been plaguing my heart become muted. Instead, a new fear grips me. The truth that I am becoming comfortable with the notion that there isn't an end to this. I must stop myself from quietly accepting such a fate. I grip the handle of my lantern. Tightly and grit my teeth. Various thoughts come in and out of the front of my mind as I fight to remain focused on the path ahead. My memories of my birth home, my wolf dogs, Adali and Adelina, the others who may still be somewhere out on these bridges. That moment we were separated, the looks on their faces the last time I saw them. While going over it, I asked myself if I should have tried to go back to the island and waited for the guide to return there on another journey. My supplies would have been tight, however, I'm sure I would have been able to stretch them. Why didn't I think of that at the time? I could have recalled the way we went so far and made it back to solid ground. I shake my head. I shouldn't scold myself over things which cannot be changed. It's possible the guide won't be returning to the island for many days. And there are many other choices I could have made. It would have kept me from being in this position. All I can do is remain steadfast. That is my title, after all. Uh-oh. That means the bridges are going down. Suddenly, I realize through the fog, the black sky is turning dark. It's turning dark blue. Dawn is beginning to rise. At this point, there is no use in keeping up my strength. I sprint down the bridge, going faster and faster as I hold out for some sort of sign, anything. Eventually, I receive one. The silhouette of land peeks into my field of vision. I can scarcely believe it as I blink away the tears. With renewed spirit, I press down the bridge with increased speed, desperately trying to outpace the sun. The glowing orb peeks into view against the obscure sky and begins to ascend unfeelingly. With each step, the sky brightens ever so slightly more. I race through the oppressive fog and die. Wow, how unexpected. I nearly collapse against the wood, the awful sight knocking the breath right out of me. I can see the shore clearer than ever, sitting on the horizon out of reach. My legs wobble again and fully give out beneath me. I hang my head, unable to look ahead at the beautiful sunrise outlining the island. Begrudgingly, my body heavy and lifeless as marble, I stand and turn around the way I came. Deep inside, I know that there is no hope of getting on the correct bridge and reaching the shore before it's too late. But I don't care. I'm going to keep going. After too many drinks, some fellow guards talked about wanting to die fighting. I never thought about it before because I didn't want to. But now I know what I want to be doing when I die. I want to be going forward, running against all hope that I will ever be safe again, running in defiance, running to find my way back to those who need me. So I do. I sprint as the sky becomes red and the darkness recedes. I cry unreservedly for the first time. At least in this moment, I do not have to fear that the weakness inside me will undo all my efforts. It is already too late. My legs pound again against the boards, almost as forcefully as my heart beats. I shouldn't be surprised, but I am, when the bridges creak and clank together. My tears come faster, but I keep running across the treacherous bridges, even as thin lines of water start to trickle across the sinking boards. Suddenly, I can't run anymore. As if to mock me, the bridge ahead falls away, leaving me at another dead end. I halt, my face as wet as my drenched feet. I stare into the sun, my eyes going blurry and star-crossed from the burning light. I hope the others are not here. I wish that they found the other side, that they are able to have happy, long lives. The bridges sink rapidly now, jolting me into the cold black lake. I try to tread water, but my armor weighs me down in this dense fluid. Inevitably, my strength is quickly sapped away. I don't sink so much as plummet down into the lake. The desperate fighting burning in my lungs takes a few minutes to subside. Then I slip into a feeling nothingness. Right. Okay, what happens if we do nothing at the encounter? Let's see what happens. Deciding against risking any sort of encounter with the thing, I carefully back away. Quietly, I turn on my heel and retrace my steps. After a short... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, so that's the same thing. And I skip. Okay. Okay, and I don't light the lantern. And then... Right, I try to fight it. I'm pretty sure this is also another death scene. Trying to pull it off me, it is of no use. Its strength is beyond that of any humans. I dig my heels into the boards in one last desperate attempt to escape, but soon am aware that Nyx has me at the bridge edge. I push against it before it hurls its body off the edge of the bridge, bringing me down along with it. There goes my vision, try to dead. Okay, go past. Skip, light. Skip, stare. I managed to calm my mind down from the commotion. I recall what the guide said. When we first encountered Prowler, you don't have to run or fight, you only need to keep moving while keeping an eye on it. I can't keep running on forever, and doing so only seemed to invigorate them further. I fix my stare on it forcefully, as the creature recoils from my relit lantern. Moving at a steady but brisk pace, I continue forward, making sure to check behind me often. It creeps at a distance, however the thing makes no more dramatic attempts to engage with me, choosing only to lurk. I'm set on edge by its presence, but in a way it's strangely beneficial. It makes it harder to get lost within my own mind when the tension in the air is so high. Reaffirming my goals, I go down bridge after bridge, making my way to what I can only hope is the way out. Eventually, the Prowler halts at the precipice of one of the branches. Frustrated, it paces back and forth on the border, as though something is physically stopping it from going further. I decide to take that as a good omen. This journey of mine returns to one of isolation. Even the whispers of Simlos have ceased. Suddenly, No. This is the same dialogue. At this point, now you said go. No. Oh, hey, voice. Bimel. I shout back to him through the dark, foggy void. My voice comes out as a horribly weak wheeze between deep, shaky breaths. I'm almost certain he couldn't hear me. I'm not bothered by that, however. I will find him. I'm coming, Bimel. Please just wait for me. I keep running against the increasing light, and his figure comes into view, here on the bridges. Bimel races towards me at high speed, and doesn't slow down when he gets near. He grabs hold of my side and supports my dropping frame as I slow to a stop. I barely choke out a sentence as I strain to catch my breath. Why are you here? I was looking for you, of course. I knew you had to be nearby. You had to be. Don't worry over it, I wasn't reckless enough to go in the dark. I waited until there was some sun and stayed on one path. He grinned at his own planning skills. I grew cross at his risky behavior. The bridges could have sunk. Despite the admonishment, I'm terribly relieved to see him again. You're free to give me a proper lecture some other time. Right now, I'd say it's time for us to get out of this damn place. Are you still able to run? I put all my weight back onto my feet and nod at him confidently, though my legs still lightly quake beneath me. Bimel gives me a reassuring smile, something I had come to believe I would never get to see again. Don't worry, we're nearly there. I provide a battered smile in return. The two of us tear across the bridges in the direction Bimel points out. And just as he promised, the end comes into view. Against all the odds, we both make it. Let's fucking go! Wow! I nearly tumble off the bridges onto solid ground. I like the way that here, like, the bridge sort of seems to blend with the trees. You know, like it's not even like properly level pathway or anything. It's just it like a grown part of it. Okay. I crouch on the ground and lay my head between my legs. Wait, what? Like that seems like awfully flexible, but whatever. Unable to stand. I rest there quietly for a few moments, taking time to allow my breathing and emotions to settle down. Finally, I look up from my lap and see Bimel standing ahead of me. Both of our eyes are flowing with tears. Bimel walks over and sits down in the dirt nearby. He gazes deeply into my eyes, with a gentle smile grazing his lips. No words need to be exchanged between us to know what the other is thinking. I'm glad for it, because I'm not sure I would be able to speak, even if I needed to. The sound of slushing and wood lurching captures our attention as the bridges begin to sink. In a few minutes, only the lonely dock is left. With that, the guide walks towards me. It is time to leave this place. There is nothing left for you here. Upon being addressed by him, I rise to my feet. He has a calm look on his face, though there is force behind his serenity. I open my mouth in an attempt to speak. However, I quickly realize I have little idea of what to say. Do I thank him for this? Should I give him trust? Was our survival because of him or despite him? Even now, I cannot know for certain. And then the fog is removed from my thoughts. After everything that has happened, it becomes clear. I harden my face to match his serious disposition. There is something he is certainly right of. This lake isn't the place to linger. Going round and round in circles will never help. We cannot submit our lives or our minds to sin laws. For better or for ill, there is only one person who can help those once they are within its grasp. The guide. If he were removed, the place would be no safer. What I must do, if I truly want to defend others, is keep them from coming here at all. When I return to my village, I intend to make that information acutely known to our elder. For that to happen, we must leave. Goodbye. His eyes narrow as he looks over me. I begin to feel uncomfortable under his scrutiny, but for a moment I could swear I noticed him smiling slightly. However, it could easily be a trick of the morning sun. I look away to face Bimel, not wanting to get caught up in this any longer. Bimel, we're leaving. He lifts his head at my voice and grins through his expression. Oh, and grins? Let me try it again. He lifts his head. He lifts his head at my voice and grins, though his expression quickly sours into a frown. He shows no eagerness to move forward and keeps his distance. He still feels regret that it is only us who are leaving. I emphasize greatly with him. No, not emphasize, empathize. Knowing that feeling is one we will never escape from, even after this lake is far behind us. However, he manages to weakly smile again. Those words are music to my ears. Let's head out. Bimel walks towards the forest, without even acknowledging the guide. That is for the best, on the whole. We must get away from here. It saddens me to think Bimel doesn't even have the strength to become angry. Though perhaps he had an epiphany about this lake in the same way I did. We will be able to discuss that on another occasion. Despite the firmness I so intently tried to have, my head starts to waver. Margaret, Lou, they're both still here. I wish to give them a proper farewell. I want to do something. My eyes begin to water and I almost turn back around. No, it is done. I need to remember that. They would never want me to ascribe their lives to sin loss. Nothing would disgrace their memory more. I will keep them in my thoughts without allowing the lake to poison me. With my steadfastness truly regained, I march into the light with no hesitation. With a solemn heart, I at last arrived at Hamer. They were grateful to see me, for it was a desperate situation indeed. The urgency meant that my mind was occupied with other matters. I worked tirelessly to aid Hamer's own guards in forcing back the brigadiers. But during the moments of calm and when the sun went down, I would remember the lake. Bimel was of great help during the fight. His outwardly positive demeanor lifted the spirits of many around him. But I could see from the shadows in his eyes that he hadn't forgotten what we went through. Nor could I miss the distance that had grown between us. He spoke fewer words to me, and I never gave him many either. Yet he seemed stronger than I had seen before. I admire his will. When receiving payments for his services, the guide must give a report of all those who both succeeded and failed to cross the lake. The name and fate of Margaret soon became known in Hamer. I added that she was an intelligent, thoughtful person, and urged them to show respect for her passing. I hope that one day I will have the opportunity to go to her hometown and give my own proper respects. His retelling of events had little to say of Lou. I know that this because he was not meant to be there and was never one to open up. But it still saddens me to face how I never truly got to know who he was. I can only pray that those who cared for him will learn the truth of what happened. I have not heard nor seen the guide since then. He will remain obscured in the realm of fog and fear. A mysterious light off in the distance that is ever out of reach of the real world. I worry about when I must return home to my usual life. It will be difficult to continue as things were before. One thing I know for certain is that my village elder must be told that no one is to cross Sinlos again. I have already told the Hamer leaders the same. Not a single more person should have to experience what we did. Its darkness will remain with me for the rest of my days. Though so much was lost, I try to believe that our lessons will keep others from suffering the same way, and in the end, something will be gained. Oh yeah, now we get credits. Wow. Okay. Wait. Was there a setting to have the dialogue spoken out? What was there? Was there now? I'm sorry? Wow, that's a long list of backers. But hey, I'm pretty sure the game was free, so I ain't complaining. Good graphics, good story. We still have a bunch of routes to check. I'd say this is a pretty solid game. Even if for some reason voice was disabled by default. It's like pretty ironic because it's called Lake of Voices. Anyway, settings. Or did I just accidentally click that? That could also be the case. Anyways, load. Okay, so we've gone all the branches there. Let's see. Okay, what happens if you go another way? I take a deep, shaky breath and nod to myself. Despite my unease at going into the unknown. Yeah? Okay. The blizzard-like fog drifting over the water is limited. Maybe it's limited to like actual dialogue, so not the internal thoughts. Let's see. Yeah. The utter silence was comfort, despite how otherworldly it felt. I go to spy myself, they notice me, and... Okay, so I have a feeling this... Oh, okay, and then... Okay, so that sort of ends the same way. Okay, go another way. And then go past it. And then light the lantern. And then stare it down. Okay, and that one's also just a loss. Okay, cool. What have we got here? Let's see what happens if I disagree.
The guide may not care what fate lies ahead for us, that is fair to say. but that is not the same as intentionally conspiring against us.
Because that will really save my throat.
Perhaps you may be right, Bemele. I'm not blindly trusting the guide.
Bemele?
Nor am I unaware of how he is a deeply suspicious figure. However, I believe it's too early to come to such a dire conclusion.
He seems to have more to say on the matter, but he finally sighs and drops the topic. Instead, he pensively looks forward and we continue on. Our progress continues steadily, and we still encounter no significant difficulties.
How much longer until we reach the other side? We've traveled quite a ways.
It should only be another couple of hours.
Huh.
Bemel's unconvinced.
Is there a problem with...
So it's just repeated dialogue.
If you have something
so does
to
the choice actually change anything?
Don't.
Am I right?
No.
Well, in that case...
It's possible. If you enter, you need... You think the conclusion would...
Lou?
Yes.
Lewis was the other dude.
If that's all well
and then...
I have died!
He's dead.
I have no life to give!
Wow, I need to stop right-clicking.
The way, and I can...
Is that not enough?
Kindness.
And then...
Kika!
I wonder if it then goes differently. Okay, then go past. Light. Stare. Okay, so that seems to be the same ending. Now let's see if saying nothing changes anything. Okay, he takes it as confirmation enough. Much to my relief, feeling as though I am on the side has made it more focused.
How much longer until we reach the...
And same thing. Follow the guide. And then go past it. Light the lantern. Stare it down. Alright. Yeah. Coolio. Is it a good idea to have the stop skipping dialogue button at the same place as the quit game button, and then also have the quit game button work before it actually works, before you actually get to the main menu again? Okay, hello. Okay, what if I hit that and then switch back? And then... there we go. Okay.
What are you doing? Jump!
And... that's too late. Okay. But we can still go a different route here. When we try to get Dude Bro with us.
I am not afraid to stay behind as long as Bemele can remain upfront with you in your light.
The guy doesn't say anything. Doesn't even blink. Bemele smells sadly at me. Sorry, Bemele, for mispronouncing your name for the entire first 3 hours.
One can always count on you, Kika.
That man, meanwhile, stands with his mouth agape, truly and genuinely shocked.
Well, what will it be?
That is fine by me. I can stay on the fringes of your light. That way you won't have to worry about a repeat.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, Lou.
No, really. I could just go on my own. It's fine.
I'm pretty sure you died last time. I step closer to him, lending the support he seems to desperately need.
You do not need to go this alone. I will protect you.
The man stares at me. I return his gaze, willing him to see my certainty. There need be no more blood spilled tonight. Slowly the fear melts off his face, replaced with something like resignation. Then he drops his gaze to the floor.
Okay.
All right.
I grasp his shoulder and turn to the rest of the group.
You should get a head start, correct? You'll have to put some distance between us.
The guide seems to agree, as he starts to walk away without another word. Bemele smells, first at the stranger and then at me.
Take care back here, alright? We'll all be together again when we reach the halfway island. It won't be too much longer now.
Yeah, we're almost there.
We'll have a nice little camp out,
Almost
and you can
halfway.
properly introduce yourself to us. Maybe even tell a real joke or two.
The man emits a nervous little laugh and ducks his head. The prospect must not be enticing to him. With the stranger having pulled himself out of the conversation, Bemele looks seriously at me.
I'm sorry to put you in even more.
Stop.
Stop! He's a silly fella. You.
I don't begrudge you at all. In fact, I'm glad you did. All I want is for you to remember that goal. Each of us, together, on the island, and then on the other shore, safe. This isn't about what our job is, or where other people need us to be.
Yeah, good point. Good words. Very well said.
You two.
Oh, his voice is wavering. And why would that be? Huh?
You two should look out for each other.
I mean, yeah, that is common sense, I fear. The guide's figure disappears, with only his lantern to lead the way. Bemele is finally forced to leave us and catch up with him. I watch him disappear into the fog, an odd feeling in the pit of my stomach. I cannot recall the last time I had difficulty seeing someone leave.
You should go after them.
I almost forgot the man was there, standing right next to me. Now he looks at me with desperate eyes.
You don't need to do this.
Yeah, no, we've already made the decision, Broski.
I'd rather know you returned to them safe, and that you all had a chance to make it back the way they acted. Having to go on without you, no one would feel that way for me. I'm not worth it.
Stop being sad boy, sad bitch.
That's not...
I stop, unable to say the last word. Can I claim that he's wrong? This is the one thing he has seemed sure of, and I do not know him. Empty platitudes might be worse than nothing at all. He smirks at my mumbling reply. I'm caught off guard by the change. With only that, it seems he's in his element.
It's true.
He continues to grin, more so to himself than to me.
You lot certainly made a scene, huh? That's nice. Being loved and all.
He clarifies after I must have given an undesired reaction to the statement. I am so disconnected with myself, I am unsure if surprise appeared on my face or if it was a lack of emotion that put him off.
I don't know exactly what kind of love it is you share, but there has to be a bond in that group of yours.
He laughs and then speaks quietly. I mean, like, there seems to be, like, you know, like actual friendship between... Fuck, I forgot his name. How can I forget that simple name? Something melee.
It doesn't matter. I can still try for the other shore.
Right. You know, like otherwise it's just gonna be the same thing, you know. My certainty shocks him. I can tell immediately he has returned to his meeker self. The man starts to speak again, but I interrupt.
We should start walking. That should be enough of a head start for them.
He hesitates a moment, but ultimately begins walking at my side. I'm relieved. I can never be quite sure what will come from this one. We move in silence. The man doesn't seem to want to speak anymore, but he keeps glancing at me, as if expecting something. Somehow, his odd behavior is comforting rather than disconcerting. Perhaps it's because he's more nervous about all this than I am. It's putting me at ease, making me feel more capable. I shouldn't allow myself to get comfortable, however. We're in a more dangerous position than ever. The whispering from the lake, so faint after Bemile's close call, now surges forth. It grows nigh unbearable, the creatures teeming below the surface. I dare not speculate on what has them so excited.
Have you a name?
The man chuckles dryly.
Barely.
I don't really know what I am to take from that.
But we already know it's Lou because of the exposition on the previous playthrough. This time his laugh is more of a bark, quickly out and swallowed back up. Then he frowns.
Lou. Only 2 letters. So barely.
I see. What are you doing out here without the guide?
Perhaps the question isn't appropriate to ask. After all, only the darkest of circumstances spurs someone to cross Sinlos. But this situation is very strange. I might even go so far as to say it's suspicious. I know that's not fair, but I can't help it. Years spent anticipating danger have made me wary.
That's a good question. I'm not sure I know myself.
What does that mean? Is that some sort of joke too? Or do you genuinely not remember how you arrived where you are?
No, it wasn't a joke. Or, well, there is a point to it all.
Then his voice, already by nature light and airy, drops to a whisper.
But I don't know why I even tried. You'd think that I'd be able to call a spade already, right?
He looks up, noticing my gaze still leveled at him. Then he shrugs.
I'd rather not talk about it.
As what has become the norm, I don't fully understand what he means. But I can at least guess that he's not very happy with himself at present. And like it or not, he won't be sharing his real reasons with me.
What about you? What brings you out on this little adventure?
People. On the other side. People who need my help.
You have someone waiting on you? Then why are you risking yourself on me instead of worrying about what's going to happen to them?
I feel my brows worry. What? I feel my I feel okay. Let's try. Let's roll it back. I feel my. Okay, how did that feel? Focus blow. I feel my brows furrow from my speck of alarm. Is that really what he took from this? I survey his face with a flick of my eyes, but there is no mischievous gleam to his look. He's serious. We hold eye contact for a moment, until he yet again stares down at the ground.
Sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. It just fell out somehow. I wasn't thinking.
Let's be nice. His stare shoots back up at me, eyes wide.
Of course I'm going to be there for those counting on me. But you aren't nothing. I won't simply turn my back on you.
He smells sadly. The kind of smell only someone who has experienced great hardship has. A smell I'm all too familiar with.
I probably have to disagree. Still, that's nice of you to say.
We may not know each other well, but you wanted us to go on without you for our own safety. You even tried to have a sense of humor about it. That counts for something.
Yeah, she's right, you know. My statement is far from grand. Yet he becomes distinctly bashful all of a sudden, twitching his legs with each step. He hangs his head and mumbles his next phrase. Sadly, he seems unaccustomed to receiving praise.
That's true. Thank you for staying back with me. It's kind of nice.
No need to thank me.
Oh, right. I can't even show gratitude correctly. Of course.
I go to give him a look, but he's smiling. He looks less pitiful than usual. He almost seems content. While crossing Sinlost? How? Why?
It is not funny to make a joke out of thinking that way about yourself.
If you don't want people to say things like that, then you shouldn't reject their thanks. Either I did right by thanking you, or I did wrong.
Fine. You're welcome.
Oh. He's a funny guy. This time he lets out a real laugh. Though a short one.
I'm glad.
He stretches his arms out in front of him and elongates his stride so he's walking a bit ahead of me. It sits wrong with me. He's relaxed and completely unguarded. He's even fine with distancing himself from the light and all the odd comments he has said so far. Then a thought strikes me. Maybe the reason he's so calm is that he doesn't care what happens to him. My heart plummets into my gut. For a time, there is relative peace in the silence between us. Then Lou sighs heavily.
I never could have seen myself in a situation like this. It seems things really aren't over until they're over.
Did you think it was over?
He doesn't answer immediately. When he does, the reply is accompanied by him grasping himself. Like he might fall apart if he lets go.
Yeah, I did.
That would have been the normal outcome for his situation. Alone. Lightless. I shouldn't have asked. I must have let his frown slip through. Because Lou smells a non-smile. He stretches his hand behind his neck and gives a little chuckle.
Something really is wrong with me. Somehow, I feel lighter.
Alright, well, maybe this is good. If he's feeling better than he was, then perhaps his view of himself will improve.
I wonder who'll still be left standing when this is truly all over.
Well, hopefully all of us. And we already lost one. And now you've joined the party, so let's have 4 of us reach the other end of the lake.
Everyone will be.
I know that isn't the truth, but I cannot bring myself to say anything else. This is the group we have now, and I will not let him believe it is a lost cause.
You know that's not possible, don't you? Someone will go. You should focus on making sure it's someone else.
You don't seem to be concerned with self-preservation.
Ooh, that came out more hostile than I had expected. He doesn't mind it.
True, but it's not the same for me.
I've still... Sorry. Oh god. Dialogue heavy games are always a struggle. Making conversation is already not a strength I possess. Regardless, Lou echoing that sentiment was not something I had expected. Well, in all honesty, then what did you expect? The whispers from the lake, which had already grown, now speak faster and clearer. The individual words are almost audible. I'd likely be able to make them out if I knew the Nyx language. For a split second, I wish I did. The light in the distance still drifts along in the same manner as it did when we first started walking, which I take to mean that the path hasn't turned so far. Hopefully that means we're still on the right path. But the light, it got brighter? It's strong enough that I have to glance away for a second. And the next time I look, the light has grown. The bridge is on fire. I grab Lou's arm without thinking. He's standing there, staring at the glow, eyes still.
We're going to run.
To hell with the guide's order. If we don't go now, we will never go anywhere again. Lou doesn't respond. I give his arm a small tug, and he appears to come to himself when he nods to me. I make the decision then that I won't let go of his arm. I don't know what will happen to him if I do. We take off, the heat growing with each step. The darkness of the bridge means the fire is... Oh, the dankness, because, it literally came out of the water. His fire is spreading slowly, but it makes me question how it began in the first place. There is no end to how wrong this place is. It takes 20 paces before the air around us ripples, then starts folding into itself. Thick smoke pours over us, stinging like scorpions at my eyes. I cover my mouth with my free arm to keep breathing, and soon we're at the fire itself. The bridge lurches beneath us, as if the beams supporting it are starting to give way to the thousands of flying sparks. Lou stumbles and pulls against me for support, but we keep our ground. I start pulling him through the blaze. We don't have time to gather our bearings. Who knows how long we have until the bridge collapses or is devoured by the flames. We continue weaving across the bridges, shielding ourselves from the heat. I can see a faint figure in the distance through the smoke, and as we draw closer I realize it's Pamela coming our way. Pamela. I press on to meet him, towing Lou alongside me. Pamela is absolutely beaming when he notices this, and I can't help but match the look of relief on his face as I approach him. Maybe get out of the fire first.
What happened?
I take a moment to steady my breathing after getting the most pressing question on my mind out.
A group of prowlers were in our path. His solution to that was throwing an open flame at the damned monsters. He knew he'd be setting this entire place ablaze. It didn't matter.
Did the guide leave you behind?
I begin tersely at first, but as I speak, I can't help the worry leaking into my voice.
The guide is not a man you need to worry about out here. I chose to stay back. There was plenty of light to go around thanks to him.
That is not a plan, Bemele. You need a lantern to make it. What if we didn't find each other? Do you realize how easily you could have gotten yourself killed?
The statement comes out shrilly, as I clench my fists in frustration. Bemele mirrors my anger as he barks back at me.
I've seen what happens to those left to catch up, Kika. They don't. I wasn't going to keep running this time and leave you behind.
Swallowing my retort, I close my mouth and look at him solemnly. After a moment, I sigh. This isn't the time for a discussion, and after what Margaret went through, I can't blame him for the conclusion he came to. Suddenly, the bridges began to quake once more beneath our feet.
We need to leave.
I don't know for sure, though he went off in that direction. The fog overtook him, but I didn't see him turn.
That will work. Lou?
What? Hey?
What are you doing?
He flinches at the unexpected contact and looks attentively at me, but he doesn't offer an explanation.
I'm sorry.
That is all he ever says. I
Both
let go
of you
of him.
stay close. We are
Not going to separate again. We keep down the path, the flames still gradually gnawing on the planks behind us. The guide doesn't turn up, nor do any signs of him, but we push on. We will not stop moving. Then we do. The bridge comes to a dead end of rotted out boards collapsed into the lake. For a moment our breathing stops at once. If this was the way that led to the island, then... I flip back to face the others, my expression unaffected. I'm not going to allow panic to step this group of judgment.
Let's look for another branch.
I resolutely begin retracing our path. The others follow without protest. Our progression is silent except for our footholds and the snapping of soggy wood attempting to burn. We frequently have to step over smoldering sections trying to come alive. At one point we even have to walk one at a time sideways to avoid a wildly flickering small fire billowing out black smoke. Just as my spirit is beginning to dim, we come across different directions to take. Among all the forks, there are only two that aren't collapsed or too consumed by fire to risk following.
We're going to have to pick one.
And we will pick... Lou's glaze is flicking down either path. There's a palpable sense of anxiety coming from him.
I don't know. I don't know which one.
It's alright.
Fucking dumbass, you're not even useful. But it's not alright, we have something to go off. Anything at all. A cold sweat trickles its way down my back. Before anyone tries to randomly choose, a noise catches my attention. I hastily address it to.
Did you hear that?
A whistle.
It came from the right.
Look, we don't really have much
Do
more.
those monsters know how to whistle?
I don't know. It seems unlikely. The air isn't pleasant to them. They're underwater creatures.
We should go right, I think. To where the sound came from.
Yeah, I think we should follow the clue. You know, we haven't heard the monster like coherent speech, so whistling also seems pretty unlikely. And well, we want all the endings anyway, so, you know. I'm a little surprised Lou is offering his own opinion. It is good to hear, however. I take a deep breath.
I agree. There's more of a chance the whistle was a sign for good over ill.
Our course decided, we move as one down the right path. No longer hesitate. Oh, it's not even a choice thing, it's just we go the path. As we follow the bridge down, there is no sign of the end. There's no need to debate between directions again. We start to outpace the fire, one danger thankfully fading away. But the night continues to lighten regardless. I glance at the sky and realize what's happening. The sun is rising. The bridges will sink into the water as the darkness disappears and take us with them. We'll be lost. It suddenly seems pointless. We don't even know whether we've gone the right way, and we still haven't caught up to the guide. We can't outswim the Nixie, and we can't outrun the dawn. We're going to run out of time. Yet we keep moving forward. And finally, our perseverance is rewarded. The silhouette of an island rises in the distance. The island grows rapidly larger, and soon the sense of earth and trees reaches. In spite of all the horrors of this night, a dock emerges from the fog before us, welcoming us to safety. We reach the shore. I don't believe it until I've stepped off the wood and my boot sinks into the sand. I walk further inland like a corpse, my sole instinct to flee from the waterline. My hazy eyes single in on something ahead. The guide stands on an outcropping in the distance, watching like a sentinel. He doesn't even come to greet us. I stare at him for a moment, not even able to feel alarmed at my own lack of feelings about the situation. He uses his staff to gesture to the forest behind him before disappearing between the trees. I can only assume he must be asking me to follow. The guide takes us further inland, more towards the center. There's a view of the coastline, but there are also
It's time to sleep.
No one has the energy to argue with him at this moment. I find a place as comfortable as one could ask for in a location like this, next to one of the trees further out, and lay down, trying to block out my thoughts. For once, exhaustion is my ally, and I slip off into sleep. Wow. Right. I need to close the curtain and stretch a bit. Oh. Alright. Oh, yay. Calm down, bro. Okay. My eyes slowly blink open and readjust to the brightness. What little there is. The sun is obscured by a thick layer of fog, making it impossible to estimate the time of day. I prop up my elbows and push myself up. The ground is hard and rocky, but that isn't the only reason I am eager to get on my feet. I check my surroundings. The harsh, craggy earth of this island is interlaced with twisting vines and gnarled branches. Beside me, Bemele and Lou are still fast asleep. Bemele wakes suddenly, rising with alarm and startling Lou awake as well. My mouth opens, then shuts. Hello. Alright.
Morning.
Lou remains on the ground.
We should... I don't trust what is on this island.
Okay.
So I'll have to split my supplies with Lou.
Okay, that's new dialogue.
I still have a few rations left. I'd be happy to contribute.
Don't worry about me. I'm fine.
Lou's back is turned against us. He still hasn't gotten up out of the dirt.
You should eat. You have to keep your energy up for the day ahead.
Pamela speaks encouragingly, like he's coaxing a nervous horse. Lou buries his head deeper into his knees as he crawls into a tighter ball.
No thanks.
Pamela lets slip a small chuckle.
Well, it seems I've lost my role as the childish one around.
I look at Pamela and smile weakly at him. However, he's now frowning hard. I understand. Lou does not know what he speaks of. And the one who would isn't here. A distinct rustling of the leaves around catches my attention. Yay, I read it correctly the first time this time. The guide appears, emerging from the thicket. Pamela glares at him as he makes his way over. Lou doesn't seem to notice as he's still facing away.
The Nixie will not tread on land in daylight. However, being near the shoreline is still dangerous. If you leave the center of the island, remain cautious. Before the sun sets, I will be in this area. It would be wise to meet me here before nightfall.
Why didn't you stay with us last night?
Oh yeah, no, it was night, yeah.
If you had just been there, none of this. She didn't have to die.
The guide stands unflinching and completely unaffected. Oh, and I think like in the previous route, it was they didn't have to die because we left Lou behind.
If all you're going to do is leave everyone to be lost, then why bother guiding us at all? Wait!
And then... Oh hey, I wonder if there's now a... Because like last time I went after the guide and we couldn't find the guide, so this time... Let me
Pamela, I know you're angry, but regardless of our feelings, we need the guide. If he leaves us, we'll all die.
Stick with Emily.
And we've done so well with him.
I mean, like... We got here with 3 people that needed to be guided. And we still have 3 people that need to be guided, so... You know... In all honesty...
We can't
same dialogue.
afford to lose our way.
You're right, Kika.
He weakly swats his hand as if he's trying to shoo away his thoughts.
I can't stay here right now.
And then I'm gonna go after him. Go after him or whatever. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Because now we've got Lou, so that's already a different route. Cool. I comply. He begins to whisper at me, but he fumbles with his words and I can't make out anything he says. I look at him inquisitively. Finally, he speaks up enough to be clear.
I'm sorry for what happened last night.
He speaks quickly as he looks up at me, eyes filled with sorrow. He shifts his focus downwards.
You would have been better off without me.
Do you mean when I had to stay behind?
Yes, you and your friend were almost completely abandoned. You got caught up in the fire and it was a disaster.
It's all right. Nothing happened in the end. Besides, it isn't your fault that things turned out
she's
this
right,
way.
you know. It was the guy that suddenly just fucked off.
It was closer to being my fault than anyone else's. I wasn't supposed to be here, and all I did was get in the way. The guide was right about me. I knew from the beginning that it would be like this too.
But why did you even go out onto the lake?
I never should have stayed.
Suddenly, I feel the strong surge of emotion rip through me. Everything is falling apart, and I do not have the power to change this. Quietly, I speak. Yeah, okay, let's go out for him. Lou stops moving. He doesn't turn to face me. I hesitate as well, also unsure of how to proceed.
Would you be willing to speak with me?
He turns around to face me, and his eyes are brimming with tears. He smiles slightly.
I could do that.
I find the will to smile lightly back at him. Lou walks closer to me, then pauses. After watching me for a moment, he turns his eyes to the ground, waiting for me to do something. I just stare at him, unsure. After a brief silence, I finally sigh.
Lou, can I ask you a difficult question?
He flinches.
I don't think I'm the person you want to ask difficult questions.
No one else can answer this one. It's about you.
Oh, in that case, I'm really not the kind of person to give
Fair
good
enough.
answers.
Fair enough. By his tone, it seems like he's trying to make light of the situation, but to me it still just sounds sad.
I understand.
He squeezes his eyes shut and gives no reply. Despite being clearly frustrated, it doesn't look like it's me he's upset with. Soon he reopens his eyes, looking directly at me.
You can ask me anything. I'll try to answer. But I hope you have a lot of patience.
I mean, we'd have to wait until nightfall anyway to continue crossing the lake. He smiles slightly.
Thank you.
So, what do you want to know?
Have you lost someone in the lake?
Lou stumbles back a step from shock.
I'm sorry for prying, but when we found you, it seemed like you were apologizing to someone. And the way you've acted since makes me think that something is wrong. Something beyond even being out on Sinlos.
I give him a sympathetic look. Why am I even asking him this question? Do I really want to help him? Or am I trying to forget what happened to us by talking about someone else's misfortune? When Lou speaks, his voice is barely above a whisper.
I hate myself. I can't do anything.
Uh-huh.
You don't have to say anymore. I was wrong to ask you about it.
His brows are furrowed, and he smiles in a self-deprecating way. I feel kind of bad for him.
I'm sorry.
Lou laughs sharply at himself.
Don't be. I'm not worth the concern.
Lou, laugh.
How can you say that? What have you done that was wrong in this moment? It was only my mistake.
You think that because you don't know?
I do not believe you.
Lou's eyes bore into me.
I'm not upset because I lost someone out here. I'm upset because I can't bring myself to lie about it.
What?
You gave me the perfect opportunity to cover up the pathetic truth of what actually happened. All I had to do was go along with your assumption.
Did you... What was your actual goal out there? Because, like, I have a suspicion, but I don't want to say it out loud.
But when you're so direct, I can't keep my thoughts hidden. I'm too afraid of making a mistake and having the lie uncovered somehow.
He stares back at the ground and sighs.
Why do I have to be so terrible at this?
His words stir all sorts of baffling, jumbled emotions in me that battle it out for supremacy as I gawk. Lou is... I don't know. Without looking up, Lou shakes his head.
See? You shouldn't waste your sympathies on someone like me. You should have left me to die.
Ooh. Like a shot, my anger flares up.
Pull yourself together. I didn't leave you behind before, and I'm not going to do so now. The best thing you can do to help is put those kinds of thoughts in the back of your mind.
Or what? I won't make it to the other side?
Lou laughs bitterly. His smile almost cruel. He doesn't want to reach the other end. He wants the lake to take him.
If I thought joining you was a way to stay alive, I would have acted much differently. The only reason I came along is because I thought it might be nice to not die alone and forgotten.
My words sputter and die on my tongue. Lou continues his speech, ignoring my reaction.
The guide really didn't know what he was saying before. I asked him if I could go out on the bridges in the past. He told me not to. Said I couldn't handle it. I'm not sorry for ignoring the warning. This was something I had to do. This was my only chance to prove I'm not worthless. Or to finally accept that I was, once and for all. And we know what the truth is.
Stop.
I can no longer keep idly listening to him speak.
It doesn't have to be this way. You said yourself that it isn't over until it's completely over. There's still a possibility that...
No, there isn't.
Okay, well, he seems like very determined in this. My blood pounds in my veins. Instinctively, I place both my hands on his tightly wrapped upper arms. Like, Lou, pull yourself together. Listen to me.
I don't know what has happened to you, but if there's something you need to do, you can try again tomorrow night. You don't need to give up. You have value.
Lou closes his eyes again and smiles to himself. I maintain my grip on him, waiting for his response.
Alright. I'll try to stay alive, if you'll do something for me.
What is it?
Don't put yourself in danger for my sake anymore.
My fingers curl harder around his thin arms, wishing I could argue further, but I don't know what is going on in his head, and I might push him back into giving up. I don't have the luxury of trying to reach him a second time. I release him and take a step back.
Fine. I'll accept those terms.
Good. Now you might survive.
You need to survive too.
He laughs.
It goes without saying.
Lou smiles teasingly. His attitude is still difficult for me to grasp, but I attempt to smile in return. Yeah, let's be nice.
I know you don't want anything to happen to anyone else. That is admirable.
Lou says nothing. However, I do feel my words reach them. I wish he would let me help him, but I cannot find a way to do so. I can only trust that he will do his best to take care of himself now. It's better than him planning to let it end. I sigh wearily, and yet somehow feel as though my resolve has been strengthened. At least for now.
I'm going to head out. I want to see how everything is on the island.
I'll make it easier by coming along. Then you won't ever have to check on me.
Ah. Touché.
That would be good.
Happy to help.
He readily moves beside me, and together we move out. Lou and I head through the wooded part of the island. There isn't anything that could be called a path, but we managed to pick our way through the bush quite well. Through a thinner stand of trees, we briefly catch sight of the guide standing on one of the beaches. He seems fine, but even though I'm sure he turned his head towards me, he makes no show of acknowledging us. We move on and eventually find Pamela in a jagged clearing, leaning against a tree. He's already noticed us and is looking our way, smiling. As we get closer, I can pick up on the sadness behind the jovial expression.
How are you faring? Any problems?
Everything is fine. We came to check on you.
How kind. I've calmed down since then.
I'm glad to hear that. Is there any way I can help or anything you'd like to say?
He raised an eyebrow at that, his grin becoming markedly playful. Okay, so a lot of dialogue is still pretty
I didn't
similar.
expect to see you so worried about me, Kika.
Hey, now we have Lou suddenly, of course.
I think she always cared. You just didn't notice.
Oh. For just a moment, Bemilay's mouth levels into a thin line. But in a blink, he's smirking again.
That could be. It makes sense.
He turns his beaming face toward me, and I hesitantly return the smile, albeit a much smaller one than his. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Lou is timidly smiling my way too. Bemilay glances between Lou and I, noticing something between us. He does not mention it, however. Instead, he throws
Have
our
you seen
side.
the guide?
I've seen the guide. He's not
I
pleased.
saw him earlier.
Good, good. In that case, I'm going to stretch my legs for a bit. I feel stiff from standing in one place for so long.
I think you shouldn't have done that. Lou and I both bid him a brief goodbye. Bemilay waves as he departs.
It's good to know the others are well.
We have nothing to do with our time now. Even I can't ignore the wistful tone in my voice. Something is tugging at my heart, trying to tear a piece away. Lou seems uncomfortable with my lowering mood. He stares out into the woods rather than at me.
I think I'll go to the shore.
That's not a good idea, I would say. His words snap me back hard to hard reality.
What? Why?
I saw something earlier that I'd like to check.
The shoreline is dangerous. Whatever you saw could not be
Yeah,
worth
like-
the risk.
Like, you know, if you really want to die that much, you should have just jumped to the Nixie before we could even do anything, you know? Like, at this point, stop it. You've had your opportunity. Lou actually laughs, a sudden sound that is as close to snickering as it is to sputtering.
Watching a Nyx drag itself across the shore in the middle of the day would be worth the danger, in my opinion.
I give him a humorless, reprimanding look. I feel vaguely like I have used his face to dissuade pets and young children from behaving poorly in the past.
I was only joking.
Thankfully, it seems to work on grown men as well. I hope he is telling the truth. For someone so nervous, he can be quite reckless.
I'm still going, though. Don't worry. I'll be careful. We talked about this.
He gives me a self-effacing, lopsided smile.
You said you didn't want to make me watch out for you.
Yeah?
I'll be back soon. You won't even notice.
Oh, really? I sigh. Part of me wants to keep lecturing him on how serious this is. I just want him to be safe, but I fear I don't have the words to convey that without making the situation worse.
Fine.
Oh shit, dialogue. Let's keep that we're like
Of
in a
course you
group.
both would come.
Oh no. Ah well. Yeah. Again, I want to get all the endings. So if this is a different ending, then I just reload the save. It's like even from the start of the game with the skip function, it's pretty quick to get back to some point. So yeah, it's not too much of a worry, I'd say. Okay.
The shore is unsafe for anyone. It isn't because I do not trust you.
Thanks.
Okay. Lou does not look any better over the reassurance. He avoids eye contact while continuing to have something of a pout on his face. Perhaps the issue is that I included Pamela rather than offering to go alone. Yeah, I mean, like, that was pretty obvious, like, right after I clicked that. I can appreciate how he feels, but we cannot afford to underestimate the risks of this island regardless. Still, his interest in me causes a secretive smile to play across my lips. So like, is this gonna end in some sort of romance at the ending? Because there's still, the sort of conflict between villages going on. And it seems like very awkward to try and weave that into each other, these stories. Lou returns my unexpected smile wholeheartedly, if not a little self-consciously.
Let's find him then.
Or, maybe he'll just die before I reach the other side. The smell fades, that confirms my suspicion. We head into the brush where we saw Pamela go, and find him shortly later.
Hello again.
Hello. Bonjour. I wave amicably, while Lou stands to my side a few steps farther back than he should to be included in a conversation. He stares at nothing in particular and keeps readjusting his position.
Were you searching for me? Or am I in the way here?
We were looking for you, but it doesn't matter anymore. I changed my mind.
Okay, bro.
About what?
Good for you,
Nothing.
I guess. Pamela is confounded by the exchange, rubbing his calloused fingers around the side against the side of his face. But he is gracious enough to let it go. I turn towards Lou, a bit confused myself. I'm glad he decided not to do something dangerous, but I did not expect this to be such a problem for him. I feel obligated to fill the empty space left by Lou ending our plan.
We could walk around the island together. I know there's not much point, but it would be a way to spend time and clear our minds.
Yeah, it's not like there's much to do until nightfall anyway. Lou looks pleasantly surprised by my suggestion.
Oh, I can agree to that.
Only then do I realize that Pamela was doing nothing but wandering around aimlessly by himself all this time. I feel a touch of embarrassment enter into my consciousness.
Then again, perhaps resting would be better.
Really? I'm of the mind that a relaxing walk would be good for a change.
Yeah, like, I can see both things, because this could help clear your mind, but also resting has you prepared for the walk across the magic bridges of death and despair. He winks in my direction, likely having guessed the reason for my hesitation.
I still want to go.
The corners of my lips twitch up. So, is this just a weird way of saying you smell?
Alright then. We can do that.
Pamela and Lou both smile back at me. We make our way to the edge of the forest where the trees are thinner. Lou strides with a light-hearted ease that's entirely new to me. Perhaps he is pleased to be out of the forest. I am not the only one who notices the change.
Listen, I need to apologize for what I said about you before, Lou. It seems you are quite the capable young man.
Really now? Like with all due respect, of course. Lou laughs in a slow, drawn-out way. It ends almost as a sigh. He does not find the comment flattering.
Did you have to add young?
I mean, like, you look... Well, no, but you also look young, so... You know... It's not exactly a comparative kind of thing.
Well, how old are you?
Oh? Lou pauses momentarily, sizing Bemele up. If I did not know Lou, I would assume he wasn't intending on being entirely honest, and was instead planning on choosing a fictional age he thinks he could get away with.
22.
22. Then this is like the only character where we got an actual age instead of just, general vibes.
I am 28.
Oh, no, never
That
mind.
makes
Now,
you
now
young
that's
to
another
me.
one. Bemele seems self-satisfied with the findings, going out of his way to stand a bit taller in order to emphasize the difference between them. Lou does not seem particularly concerned with Bemele's light-hearted boasting. He turns towards me without speaking. Curiosity is practically scrawled in thick black ink across his face. He is hoping I will share my own answer to the question at hand. Yeah, now I am curious, Because like Bemele and player character are, basically key characters.
I have lived for 26 years.
But why do you phrase it like that? Like, are you trying to do something there, or are you just being silly? Lou visibly perks up at the answer. Unusually for Lou, his delicate focus remains intact even after that. He watches me contemplatively. Oh, that is certainly a word. Gauging if I might be open to satiating more of his curiosity. It does not take him long to come to a conclusion.
So you're some type of guard, right? What exactly do you do?
It depends.
Fight.
Presently, I am being sent to assist a neighboring village. When I return home, I will have a completely different task. Oftentimes, I merely patrol the perimeter of the town. Fortunately, things have been quite peaceful recently, meaning most patrols are uneventful.
Lou listens attentively to my every word, evidently pleased I did not brush off the question. I'm glad my answer was sufficient. I was not sure what sort of information he was looking for. Bemele chuckles, and I feel a bit self-conscious knowing he derives so much entertainment from me talking about myself. Either Lou is unaware of the silent exchange between Bemele and I, or he is choosing to ignore it. He seems content enough either way, and I feel the same. I'm glad they both agree to this. Oh hey, this is like one of the first happy achievements in this game. Aside from just the one from the first ending where you actually reach the other side of the lake. For a brief moment, all of the troublesome circumstances seem to float away from our minds, and we enjoy each other's company. I wish it could go on for so much longer, but it's only a while later that I have to speak up.
We really should rest before nightfall.
Oh yeah, right. Both my companions nod in agreement. We return to the place the guide asks us to wait for him, and get as comfortable as we can. Lou sits beside me, so close that his arm brushes mine. I feel comfort seep in via the cracks of my armor, physical and mental, all from his subdued presence. The three of us quietly wait for the guide's arrival, occasionally chatting with one another as we rest. And now we get to the next part. The final stretch. The sky turns orange as the sunset comes upon us. As the color seems to drain from the world, being consumed by the fog, the guide makes his appearance. Lou avoids eye contact with him.
It's almost time.
I nod and feel myself grow tense. We truly are about to return to those bridges. All of us wait in an uncomfortable silence until night falls. We silently stand as one, forming a vigil of sorts. Remaining lanterns illuminate the dark, prepared for tonight's journey. And yet, the way forward does not... That's not how it happened the last playthrough. I glance to my side. The guide doesn't look at all pleased. The corners of his mouth have a harsh bend as he briefly loses himself to heavy thoughts.
We must go to the shore.
He doesn't offer an explanation for why. Instead, he goes on without us. I follow after the guide, my forehead creasing with swelling worry. Behind me, I hear Bemile's and Lou's unsure footsteps. The four of us press onto the shore. The dark waters lap at the edges of the sand, and, as expected, the maze is still hidden beneath the surface. The guide grips his staff tighter still, his knuckles turning ghostly white. He sucks in a breath of air, like he is about to speak, but he hesitates. We all stare at him expectantly. After a moment more, the guide is fed up with waiting.
The bridges are late. If they don't arrive as soon as darkness falls, there's no telling exactly how long it will be before they do.
Bemile's face immediately sours, and he isn't able to stay silent about his feelings.
So we're going to waste our time standing idly by. There's hardly enough time to make the trip as it is.
Bemile, look, I get where you're coming from. But how exactly do you propose we get the bridges to magically come on up? Huh? Lou doesn't say anything, opting to stare at the ground with an obscured expression.
Time is by far the least of our worries. On the bridges we are constantly moving, which makes it easier to avoid the prowlers. However, this island does not offer that luxury. We're trapped here.
That seems like just a slight little bit of a problem. You know? I would say. My body goes rigid as its words sink in.
More importantly, the bridges are raised above the waters. Nixie have difficulties pulling themselves up onto the bridges. The soft sloping of the shore will allow far more prowlers to drag themselves towards us.
Oh, that is not good.
Not all will be as dangerous as the ones we've encountered thus far. However, we could easily be overwhelmed.
A pit forms deep in my stomach. I stare at him, aghast. I had no idea the situation was that dire. I glance from the waterline to the trees. What I'm looking for, I don't know. A sign of what might be to come, perhaps.
I wonder if those fires had anything to do with this.
Bemile's words are biting as he wonders aloud. The guide answers Bemile firmly, wanting to put an end to a speculation.
No. Whatever magic controlling the bridges is inconsistent. Humans haven't found a way to impact it. We can only do temporary physical damage to the
let's see. Are we on again? Cool. Okay. Where was I? Are we going? Yeah, cool. Okay, that was slightly inconvenient, slightly bit of an issue. I wonder what caused it, but point is, connection is back up. Okay. Staying in the center of the island, blah blah.
Remaining here with our lanterns will ensure the prowlers cannot move freely.
My brows involuntarily knit together. I don't like the sound of taking additional risks in an area that is already so dangerous. But our options are thin. Yeah, we don't really have many options.
I will not be kept on this island for another day, so the shore is where I will be. You may wait at the edge of the forest, or even at the center of the island if you fear being attacked. If the prowlers come between us and you fail to make it to the bridges, I will leave you behind.
Fair enough. Bemele spits hatefully under his breath.
Of course you would.
True, generosity is not something I would expect from the guide. But that is not the conversation we need to have at this moment. The guide has made his decision, and we must make ours.
If you were staying by the shore, perhaps I could be positioned somewhat further back from you. And then the others could stay further back still. That would keep us safer, without having any major gaps of darkness between us and the shore. You could start a fire, seeing as neither of you have a lantern.
Hey, now you're actually thinking and being smart.
Good suggestion, Kika.
Fine.
Settled on the matter, the three of us begin to move away from the guide. He pays little attention to us, instead silently fixing his eyes on the water. I take my place in the middle of the shore, while Bemele and Lou hover closer to the island's core on the line between dirt and sand. After getting a sense of where they are, I turn my gaze ahead. At first I think I'm being fooled by the fog. There are several white dots playing along the edges of the water. Dark glows begin to surface, and I see them for what they are. Eyes. So many white, trebling eyes, gleaming sharply against their pitch-black bodies as the Nixie bob up and down. Okay, nice. They surface and disappear in the loop. Each time more sets of eyes and closer, surveying us more intently. Then they cackle. The sound is atrocious. Gurgling, then turning high-pitched as they seem to take full stock of us. The lights in their eyes somehow seem brighter as the first of the Nixie dig their claws into the sand and begin dragging themselves upon the shore. I plant my feet firmer. With the threat rising, I decide to take one last moment to check on the others. Bemele is tending to a small flame. However, I don't see Lou with him. Immediately alarmed, I raise my voice to call for him.
Lou? I'm okay.
A bit of rustling comes from above. Above? Since when are they in the trees? Oh, it's Lou. Before I can ask what he is doing, Lou continues.
I figured there's not much of a chance any Nixie will get a hold of me here. They won't climb.
Yeah, hey, could be. We haven't really seen them outside of, the actual lake and the bridge system. With a slight shake of his head, Bemele chuckles at Lou.
Let's see if you'll get down from there as smoothly as you climbed up.
Don't worry about me.
He still sounds fully self-assured. I smile to myself. I'd like to believe that Lou will truly be safe from those predatory creatures this way. With the two of them doing as well as they can be, I cautiously back up to my original position. I return my full focus to the shore. As we feared, this is becoming a pressing situation. More prowlers rose from the water, while my attention was on those two. They've surrounded the guide on both sides. The only way to gain distance from them would be to delve further into the island. Yet the guide shows no signs of giving up his position. He remains where he is, resolving to keep all the monsters near him in his sight. I grow more unnerved the longer I watch this. The guide seemed impervious to the dangers of Xenos. This is the first case where I can't tell whether he will continue to be fine as always or not. It's a distressing notion. As they creep ever closer, I can't stay silent any longer.
Your safety is most important. Consider retreating.
He doesn't face me, but replies.
I cannot do that. Nixie recognized signs of weakness. Backing away will only increase the odds of them attacking.
I grip my lantern tighter as I swallow hard. What can I do? As if to answer my own question, a thought whispers into my mind, and I look down at the lantern in my hand. I could throw it, as long as I don't let it get too far down to the shore. It doesn't seem plausible that a Nix could take it. But if I do lose the lantern, then I think we're gonna wait. I can't act rashly here. The guide has managed through every situation we've been through, as well as countless others we did not bear witness to. I resolve to continue with what we've planned and keep my position. You know, because we're already a lantern short. Or maybe two even, because Lou doesn't have a lantern. Oh no, yeah, right, but the other one just... Anyways, we need our lanterns. Without flinching, the guide keeps hold of our position on the waterline. I periodically switch between watching him, the others, and the rest of the shore. As I scan the forest, there's a stinging groan. Was that the guide? It can't be. I stand rigid in shock, a painful prickling sensation going down my back, before whipping around to face the truth. He's crouched low on the ground, staring forcefully at a group of Nixie head on. There is a whole other group of monsters rapidly crawling back into the water.
Hey!
I step forward with a shout, but he puts out one hand to hold me. I do not go further. I and those creatures motionlessly watch for what he will do. His fingers curl tightly around the upper half of his staff? Anyway, with great effort, he begins to rise to his unstable feet. The moment he is fully upright, the guide aggressively swings his lantern at the encroaching Nixie. He catches them completely off guard, and they scatter to rejoin the rest in the black depths. Depths? Yeah. The guide crumples back into the sand unceremoniously. I can hear his ragged breaths as he regains his composure. He tugs at one side of his cloak, bringing it closer around himself. It covers up a dark, growing stain creeping through his right pant leg. Even while collapsed, he seems compelled to hide his fragility. Is that admirable or saddening? I don't know anymore. The guide roughly pulls himself back onto his feet and forces himself to remain standing. The rest of us must remain strong as well if we are to survive this night. Oh, like the FNAF 2 song? Sorry, that was terrible. Gripping my lantern, I watch over everything and everyone in sight vigilantly. After an untold period of time, the water begins to stir. There's an unusual gurgling, a sound I never thought I would be this relieved to hear. Slowly, creakily, the bridges make their nightly appearance. Sindos is an overwhelmingly cruel environment. The island had felt like a safe haven such a short time ago, but that has been twisted to the point where I am grateful for a chance to return to the maze. We may not even reach that. More Nixie are breaching the water and wrenching themselves onto the sand. The guide signals to all of us.
We have to leave!
Thanks to his position on the shore, the guide is able to board the bridges without confrontation. Oh, whoops. For the rest of us, however, the Nixie begin to crowd the opening. It appears they want to get on themselves. We have desperately little time before I will be cut off from the guide. I look to my lantern. Will this light alone be enough to cause them to disperse? Bemele appears at my side, dragging Lou's arm in one hand and his sword in the other. Lou yanks himself free of Bemele's grasp and doesn't seem very happy at the treatment.
Being taken into the water is the biggest threat with these creatures. While we're on the shore, we can keep enough distance to avoid it. I can help push them back.
I appreciate his confidence, but I'm still not certain his help will be worth the risk. 2 is more intimidating than just 1, and there are many prowlers lurking. However, physical wounds don't hurt them in the same way they do people. I could still use my lantern alone. That has been the one weapon we've wielded against them thus far. Okay, I feel like there's gonna be a choice point here. My mind goes over every point I can think of on a loop, but there isn't that kind of time to spare. I have to give an answer. Bemele frowns hard at me. He looks at me, seeming like he desperately wants to disagree. Lou appears doubtful. I shake my head at him.
There's too much risk for you to come with me. I'm going now.
I turn on my heels towards the Nixie. There's even more of them now. They drag themselves pitifully along the ground, reaching out their hands in our direction like beggars. Unfortunately, nothing can be done to help these creatures. As I approach, they curl their bodies from the light of my lantern. None of them move to retreat, however. Eyeing them warily, I quickly jump forwards in the hope of startling them. A few hiss and flail, pulling themselves into the water. One responds a different way. It returns the aggression by lashing out and knocks my light free. Uh-oh. That is no bueno. The lantern falls to the ground and blinks out. I gasp. Before I can turn around, one of them Ayo? Sorry, forcing me to the sand as well. I frantically call out to the others.
Run! Get to the bridges!
Many more pile on. I dig my fingers into the loose granules. It puts up no resistance as they begin to drag me closer to the shore. There is shouting, but I'm not able to make out what the words are. As I feel the thick water begin to lap against my leg, I know in my soul that I will never escape. And that's another ending. Well, good thing I saved. Like, we didn't even get onto the second set of bridges. Let's
If
fight.
you're going to fight, then I am as well. I will attach the lantern to my belt for now.
Bemele grins and grips his sword, and grips his sword firmly.
I'm ready for it.
Lou, stay behind. This needs to be done by us alone.
He doesn't verbally reply. However, the severity of our situation isn't lost on him. He falls back and waits for our signal. I latch the lantern to my leather belt and unsheath my sword. We approach the battle as the two of us have done in the past. The skin of the monsters folds against their bones as they shrink back from my light. Bemele takes a wide swing at one nearby, which forces it back even further. I follow in suit, striking at the beast near me. Each arc of our swords opens the way a little more. I listen closely and feel confident that Lou hasn't drifted. I pray my instincts are right. It's far too dangerous to look away even momentarily with the Nixie so close. Our efforts bear fruit as the path to the bridges clears in front of my eyes. We waste not one moment sprinting towards the bridges. With the others near my side, I amble back into the maze. We don't stop until there is a considerable distance between us and the shore. It is there that we encounter the guide. Upon seeing his figure, I hide a sigh of relief. We haven't been left behind. Our arrival doesn't change the guide's empty expression. He doesn't say or do anything, instead allowing all of us to catch our breath. Bemele starts to laugh incredulously through uneven breaths.
Such recklessness. I can hardly believe it worked.
Oh yeah, me too, bro. Me too. Lou looks through his legs. Oh, looks as though his legs might fall out from under. Sorry, I don't know how I misread it like that.
Normally, I wouldn't ever say anyone on these bridges are lucky. But we are.
We treasure the moment of triumph for a little more before the guide ends his silence.
We need to start walking. We've already lost much time as it is.
Almost as soon as he finishes his statement, Bro, really? He stumbles, nearly falling back down. His hands slip down the shaft of his staff as he sinks to the ground. He gasps under his breath.
Are you alright? Is there anything we can do? I don't have much, but I could still clean and wrap it.
I take a few hurried steps closer. I reach my hand out towards him, which he crawls away from like a barn cat. He turns his gaze up to me and shakes his head.
I tended to it myself when you were still on the shore.
Moments tick by as I stare at him, growing ever more nervous. As horrible as his injury is, the larger situation at play is dire for all. It is a weight bearing down on each of us, threatening to bring the entire group to its knees, rather than only our lead. We can't stay here.
Are you able to walk?
He eyes his feet with gritted teeth and clenches his staff tighter.
Not like this.
A beat of quiet passes before he continues, his voice slightly ragged.
I have a way. It will be enough to get to the other side.
Shaking, he removes a hand from his staff and reaches into his cloak. It is methamphetamine! I have little other choice but to watch as he searches his pockets. The panic that we thought was past starts creeping back in. He retrieves a small vial with a viscous liquid inside. Swishing it lightly. Oh god damn it. Swishing it slightly as he holds it up. I peer at it curiously.
Drinking this will numb the pain.
I'll be able to ignore that my leg is injured for the time being.
I analyze the vial hesitantly. I'm pensive as I mull over the possible other effects it could have. Something that potent would be a miracle drug if there were no downsides along with the positives.
Is that safe? It must cause drowsiness or have some kind of impact on you. Not to mention, pushing your leg so hard when it's in that state could permanently ruin it.
Yeah, I believe that he would prefer to ruin his leg than to be killed by the Nixie. He regards me as his lip twists partway into a snarl.
My leg isn't broken. It will heal without issue once I'm able to treat it. In order for that to happen, however, I need to live.
And like, this is interesting because in the other route, he said that he had died already. So was that metaphorical, or is there some sort of other thing going on here? I flinch slightly. He wouldn't usually snap at such a question. The pain must be truly getting to him.
What about side effects? You didn't say what they were.
Bemele steps in closer to the guide. His question harsh enough to be a demand. Bemele's trust in the guide has steadily declined since the first night. With the way he's acting, I cannot ignore the sense that it may come to a head before the journey is over. The guide levels a deeply unimpressed look at Bemele. He then sighs, raising the bottle up so that it's more visible. He swishes it almost impatiently.
It can slow reflexes and cloud the mind.
Immediately, Bemele's eyes widen incredulously. Lou gazes on with an empty expression on his face. The guide heaves another sigh, though the pain in it makes it sound more akin to a groan. He is still impatient with the group's delays as the time marches on, because when day reaches, those bridges are gone. And if you're not on the shore by then, you too are gone.
I will only be taking half a dose. It won't ease all of the pain. However, it will reduce the odds that I will be notably impacted by any adverse effects.
I know how you feel about others coming close to you, but is that truly the best solution to a situation like this? You need to be clear-headed here.
Bemele takes another heavy step forward. He meets the guide's eyes stonily. Yeah, like sure, his judgment may be a little clouded, but I don't think being in pain helps judgment too. And we know the guide is very experienced here, so you probably won't need to be at perfect judgment.
No, you can't drink something like that. I'll carry you.
Bemele presses forward, encroaching on the guide's personal space. The guide visibly shrinks back again. However, he can't haul much farther away due to his injured leg.
That won't...
Before the guide can put forth another word, Bemele brazenly snatches the bottle straight from his hand. Everyone is stunned to silence by Bemele's action. Even the guide has trouble expressing any sort of emotion beyond furious disbelief. Bemele ignores all of our reactions and smiles triumphantly, holding the bottle like a trophy.
You have made it very clear that at the first inconvenience, you would leave us all for dead in the water. As you are now, that is impossible.
The guide narrows his eyes at Bemele, who only gives him a taunting grin. Okay, I wonder how this will go.
So, this isn't about any possible adverse effects. You want to leave me injured and immobile on purpose.
Bemele shrugs, then returns to smirking almost cockily.
If there were no side effects, I likely would have thought nothing of it. However, mentioning those risks triggered something in my mind. You've never done what's best for the group, you only choose the safe option for yourself. With that in mind, I can't exactly trust you when you tell us that the medicine is truly our one option. Now, even if carrying you means that you will be more at risk than otherwise, I'm willing to make
Oh
that
my god,
sacrifice.
he's making the my name is Skylar Whitehall face. Bemele chuckles derisively and rolls his eyes while spinning the medicine vial between his fingers.
I hope you're proud that I'm following your advised method of not considering others, guide.
okay, that's a good one, honestly. Despite Bemele's sarcastic jab, the guide returns to his usual empty, deadpan expression and makes no attempt at rebuttal.
There, he accepts it. What of you?
Bemele then turns to look at us curiously. Luo has looked away from the situation. I notice, however, that he's trying to hide the smirk growing on his lip. Bemele seems rather pleased by the reactions thus far. I don't know why I exaggerate the accent like that. Grinning widely at us.
If anyone is worried about my ability to carry the guide for the rest of the night, you shouldn't be. Rest assured, a willowy man like the guide won't slow me down whatsoever.
Okay. Lou places his face into his hands, refusing to look Bemele's way. Through his fingers, a glimpse of a grin still remains. Oh, but this could go so badly. Bemele faces me expectantly. The guide also levels a steely gaze in my direction. He may be having a bit of fun getting the upper hand on the guide for a change. But if we don't go back now, we never will. Though, do we truly need to? All that matters is reaching shore safely. What really is the best in this situation? Ah shit, I forgot to save. I think medicine. Sorry. Look, in the previous playthrough, trusting the guide is what got me to safety. So here, I again am just going to trust the guide and hope that it won't have like the side effect of the relation between player and Bemele being eroded and that leading to some sort of issue. He stares down at the bottle in his hands dejectedly. I sigh. I don't enjoy dashing his hope of not being completely at the mercy of the guide. However, this reckless behavior is more likely to get all of us killed. He cannot carry a man for this entire journey.
I'm aware that you have good intentions, but having a mutiny on our guide is going too far. Considering the state he is in, it's possible that his mind is clouded already because of the pain. What if he is no longer able to keep his eyes open after a while? If the guide cannot take care of himself, then he won't be of assistance to anyone.
Yes, see, you're using your brain. Granted, I also have the power of, literally knowing the guide is to be trusted from an earlier playthrough, and naturally the characters don't know that. Bemele scans me, and I can tell he still has reservations over my argument. I can't blame him. The guide will not give up on his own life over some pain. Yet I stand by my reasoning and look at him firmly. Bemele looks at me and then back down at the bottle. The others start to grow nervous over our battle of wills.
Hand back the medicine. The guide won't leave us behind as long as we follow diplomatically. We all must cooperate.
Yeah, remember, teamwork makes the dream work. We focus our sight back on the guide. Realizing he's become the center of attention, he haltingly gives us a nod. Bemele clicks his tongue a few times before doing as I asked and handing the vial back to its owner. He feebly accepts the glass and uncaps it, downing half the vial without wasting any more time. I feel confident that the guide will continue to show us the way. However, Bemele starts to grow frustrated when the guide does not immediately speak. pressing his heel into the wooden board below in anticipation. The guide softly rests his forehead against the side of his staff. His eyes droop slightly as he relaxes his muscles briefly. He waits patiently for the medicine to kick in, forcing the rest of us to do the same. After a brief pocket of time, the guide's labored breathing steadies, and he slowly pulls himself up onto his feet, with his staff as leverage. Despite stumbling slightly and trying to get up, the spike in energy he receives from the medicine is notable.
We must continue now.
He doesn't waste that strength communing with his herder, instead turning his back towards our small group, and with that brief statement finished, he starts down the bridge. I can still see him limping. I cannot deny that is worrying. He's already taken half the medicine. Would taking enough to properly walk be so much of a risk? I begin to follow after the guide, and the two with me follow behind, making sure to stay within the safe harbor of my light. Once I'm near him, I notice that he isn't becoming more stable in gait. I ponder over whether I should mention my thoughts to him or not. Frick. The guide stops in front of us. The view is obscured from my vantage point. Like maybe this is like pushing it, and and it's like the golden middle road was the best way. The view is obscured from his vantage point, but I realize that he puts a hand in his pocket and pulls out the vial. He brings it to his lips and swallows the rest of what's inside. He then calmly tucks the empty bottle inside. Sorry, I just realized that if you say bottle with a U, with an then here comes an entirely different word. Without another word, he continues on his path. It is unusual for him to take suggestions so easily. The pain must have truly been a hindrance. We all continue our journey in silence. I watch the guide from behind and notice that slowly but surely his steps are improving. His limp becomes less and less noticeable, and I feel a small wave of relief wash over me. Our group moves at a much brisker pace than the previous night. After the exchange that just took place, the mood has sunk low into a murky pool. Not a word is exchanged between us. The only sounds that accompany us are the whispers of the demons in the lake and the pounding of our foot. No, it's multiple of our feet hitting the wood. Oh hey, this one looks different. Oh hey, the dialogue also says that. After some time, we encounter a strange bridge. The oddity is noticeable immediately. The boards bend inward and become far narrower than the other bridges we've come across. The guide marches forward with no hesitation, while the rest of us awkwardly halt in front of the unknown path. He smoothly glides across the bridge in the center, until his effortless walk brings him to where the boards widen again. Now it is our turn, and with only a single lantern shared between us, we have to be mindful of how to cross without leaving anyone in the darkness.
I will stay in the middle. One of you will lead while the other goes behind.
I ponder over what position to take. The person in front could potentially stall the others or bump into us, so it seems important to send someone capable of crossing without stopping. Yet it may also be better to send someone who could possibly be left behind first to ensure that doesn't happen. I think Pamela, that's tough trained guy. Like he can hang back. Lou, if he hangs back, I'm pretty sure he's gone. He's done. He's a bye-bye. I look over to my two companions, who also seem pensive over this decision. None of us want to make the wrong choice. I hope dearly to myself that we are exaggerating how dangerous crossing this thin bridge will be.
I can take the front. It won't be any trouble.
In an effort to break the stalemate, Bemele offers to go in front. Lou nods gingerly, seemingly relieved that someone else made the decision. With the order decided, the three of us carefully start to make our way across. First, Bemele steps onto the narrow bridge. A few seconds later, I follow after him, and after a pause, behind me, Lou also starts going across. Oh, no. As we inch our way across, something strange starts to happen. I notice the bridge start to bend down to the right. I suddenly realize that the weight of all of us is stressing the support beams. Now, I am not a structural engineer, but I believe this is what you call a fucked up situation. In other words, a problem. Hello, kitty cat. Hello. Meow meow. Okay. The others have noticed as well, as sounds of alarm resound from both in front of me and behind. The door is open. Sorry, I need to help Cat realize how to open a door that's already ajar. I speak in a hushed whisper, trying to remain calm.
We need to focus on keeping ourselves centered. We can't let the bridge tilt.
I think over our predicament. I can't leave Lou behind. There's nowhere for him to go with no other source of light nearby. Bemele could try going by himself while we keep still, but we aren't close enough to the guide for Bemele to remain alive completely. However, with only him moving, hopefully the bridge will remain stable enough for him to cross it more quickly. With him safe on the other side, we'll have an easier time to keep the bridge from bending again. I can't be sure if it's worth the risk though. These concerns may be a knee-jerk overreaction to seeing a sign of danger. If all of us go... So you go and yell at me because you want the door open, and then you come back anyway. But then I need to go back to close the door because it's cold. Cat. If all of us go slowly, it's possible we could still cross together. Yeah, I think maybe we need to send him forward and hope we can catch up. Because if we all go together, then I'm pretty sure it's gonna collapse and we're all doomed anyway. I hastily share my thoughts on the matter with the other two. Okay, there's something. Okay. Well, you know, I'll see what that's about. Why like suddenly it's all a mess today. But I do hope I can at least finish like this section. Like I want to end the stream soon anyway. It doesn't. No need to force it like that. He sighs and nods. Bemele sucks in a breath and carefully starts to walk down the bridge. It mostly stays in one place. The bridge slightly creaks from side to side. Luckily, it is not an extreme enough tilt to unbalance anyone. For a moment he stares down at the path of darkness. He then moves quickly without hesitation. He makes it closer and closer to the other side, when suddenly a twisted, backwards arm, glossy with blackened water, bursts from the side and latches onto Bemele's leg. A scream pierces the air as Bemele tries to frantically separate himself from the Nyx. It simply digs its claws deeper into his legs, which causes him to shriek even louder. I stare on in abject horror as the scene unfolds before us. And now I have been called for dinner, so unfortunately I'll have to leave here. Thanks for watching, and see you next time. Goodbye.